Hello again. I just yesterday watched a one. I think it was pretty long, over an hour. On I guess because the news medias can't, you know, do their job. That's the claim. The what's his name, Rudy Giuliani, and whatever the other that tall lady, and some other people there. They said they gotta do it for them because they can't do it. Some like details, evidence of fraud and uh what's it called? Where they swear, these people, these testimonies, um under perjury or whatever. It's no joke. It's real, and it's painfully obvious. And today I found a video. I think I'll link it in this thing if I can find it again in the description, of some guy, I don't know who he is, in Toronto, this building where supposedly part of where this fraud with these smartmatic whatever machines, Toronto, the building, people involved. He was trying to figure things out and started making phone calls and talking. It's like a sci-fi movie, man. It's hard to even believe this is real. It's like a movie, man. Good guys and bad guys, with like the bad guys infiltrating, coming in and just taking over. Uh, and it's hard to see. It's like, who on earth can you trust? Now, obviously, these people in politics, I wouldn't say that they're seeking the kingdom and they're really spiritual people, But what I can say is there's at least some that like genuinely, want to represent the country, protect the country. And they're not like some radical people who want to take over, make it a communist place. So those people do exist. Um, it's not like I'm against them, specifically. It's just that it's not my. It's doesn't really have much to do with who I am, a believer. But as far as like trusting who is who and who's getting paid by who, it's pretty deep. It's pretty corrupt. Is Donald Trump. It's pretty clear, and he's not a true believer or something. Okay, that much is clear. But is he at least for the country, for like the Constitution and all that? Well, the other side sure seems to hate him viciously. So it's interesting. I mean, if he's not, he's at least doing a good job acting like he's for the country, because the hate is real and all the media hates him. People within his the people he hires, they've turned against him, and he's had to fire people because even the people he thought he could trust, he couldn't. So I don't know what's his intention and who is he? Is he just some guy that just, yeah, I'm gonna go and become president, and he's president? Is it that simple? Nothing else going on behind that? Is he for the agenda of, one world communist government? Is he for that, or is he against that? Maybe he is against that. But if he is, then it's not too hard to see how that would cause like a world war again. Um, trying to undo, if that's what he's really doing. And some of the things he seems to have done or tried to do is for the sovereignty of the country, I guess. So, which if that is the case, then he needs to get taken out of the way. If that's truly the case, then he needs to get taken out of the way by this radical group of foreigners that hates everyone and everything and just wants to rule, dominate, and control people. A bunch of foul spirit, communists, whatever you want to call them. They need to get, they would like to have their own way. George Soros is brought up lately with some of these people. This Giuliani guy says that he has no idea what the FBI has been up to at all the last 4 years. He didn't say too much in that video about them specifically, but it seemed to hint towards major corruption in the CIA and FBI, which shouldn't surprise anyone. They tell you that in the movies all the time. The corruption, how they run, how the bad guys run and rule, they're corrupt. And it always goes back to the money, doesn't it? It always goes back to the money, doesn't it? Sure seems to. Who's getting paid by who is basically the question. How much money are these people in all the media network channels getting paid to all act the same and say the same things and cut off people the same way about this fraud or anything, anything against what they say at all? They all act and say the same things, and they're reading a script. It's obvious. You could find videos on this where you could find like 20 different things, and they're 20 different people. They're all saying the exact same thing, like word for word, practically. The ones that want to be original try to like say it in their own way, add a word or two or change it a tiny bit, but they're saying the same thing. They're getting paid and they're reading scripts. That's the least people can understand and know. Who owns these people and who are they? Who on earth are these people that own these people? Because you can't get on there and say whatever you want. You can't get on CNN as a news anchor or whatever and just start spewing out stuff and exposing corruption. They won't let you do that on those networks. If they did, they wouldn't air it, and they would certainly get rid of them as fast as possible and find someone that does want to do their bidding. And then they'll pay them. They're likely getting paid decently to do all this. A bunch of lies, that's but this last video I watched, this guy at Toronto or whatever was kind of interesting though. And he found a woman that came out of there, had something to do with there. And interestingly enough, the word sustainability is very heavily connected to all this. Sustainability. And if you haven't noticed, the word smart is connected to all this. Smartmatic machines, smartphones, smart cars, Smartmatic, smart this, smart that, smart, what am I missing? Homes, cars, phones, whatever, machines, it's all smart. It's kind of like all one and the same thing. And these tiny houses that I actually literally see start popping up, really tiny but expensive here. They're like super tiny, like, I don't know, 500 square foot. That's like becoming a thing. And it's not a coincidence that that's what I read in Agenda 2030. That's one of the things I read in the official, you could go and read all that stuff. I didn't read it all because it's huge. Everything they want to do, the sustainability agenda. And I don't know what too much the different. Agenda 21 seems to be very similar, but I don't know that they really got what they wanted to do with Agenda 21 by 2021. I'm not sure what's the difference or what purpose, but these things are in there too, and it's happening. The sustainability, green stuff is going on, and smart stuff is going on. It's all connected. And they want you in tiny homes in the city, I think, populated areas. And small, easy to watch, easy to control, keep you in one little place, Don't want people being like as free as possible. We want them in prison in a tiny little house. So, and cameras all over the place to watch them and every move they make. I'm surprised that it's like not unlawful yet, or that to have cameras all over your home. Like, I don't got cameras inside my home, and that seems like the next logical step is we're going to need to see what you're doing inside, in your home, invade your privacy some more. Why wouldn't they start doing that? Or at the very least, start from the outside. Like, your home has to be watched at all times, period. The whole neighborhood, every house has to have cameras around there, I don't know. But they want people to do this anyways by selling you smart stuff and smart cameras, or you click 2 buttons and it's ready to go. Just hang it on the wall somewhere and now watch on your phone. And they want these things inside your house too. So that's how they get a bunch of people, millions of people, to start putting these things willfully. They go and buy it and put it in, they didn't have to force you. Now they can watch and have a connection of even inside your house and your block and everything around your neighborhood and everything. Because it's connected, okay? It's connected. They could see it. They could, with the technology they have, they could see everything and intercept and connect to everyone and everything. But this lady, he asked her if he's from this organization. What's it called again? This Toronto thing, this building where these part of the smart machine things came from, and somewhere else too, foreigners, whatever. Foreigners are being, what on earth do foreigners have to do with like this country and its votes? And the votes are found outside of this country and all this other stuff that they found. It's because this country is owned by foreigners. The banks are owned by foreigners. The Fed is owned, and then the Fed owns everyone else under them, the politicians and everything. It's all corrupt. And I think the ones that are fighting, against this or against their agenda, they're just slowly being booted out. And the people as a whole are being brainwashed, and then the politicians are booted out, or they cave in because of pressure to sort of accept, oh, I'll accept this or that. And then a little later, more of them accept more things until the whole thing is corrupt. I just got some, I guess I had on my phone, my backup phone that I'm using now because my other one broke. I get like some news that pops up at the top, and I just got one a few minutes ago, a few minutes back, and it was, I don't know, some like young kid that's supposedly killed 2 Black Lives Matter protesters and got out on like a $2 million bond, so he's out and free. It seems like they're rewarding people who kill more and more. You hear these things. George Soros is involved in this too somehow. He's paying millions of dollars for these organizations and stuff, and that woman didn't want to answer anything. She just kind of said the typical things anybody would say that's guilty. Why are you asking this and that? Are you from this place? Couldn't answer, didn't want any connection legitimately with a statement. It's guilty. Anyone that can't talk is guilty. The only exception is like if you talk, it's going to kill someone or something and you're protecting them. But how often does that happen? You got secrets, you're guilty. I don't know what it is, but if you got secrets and you can't talk, you're guilty of something that is wrong. Otherwise, you would say it. But evil hides in the dark, but masquerades as an angel of light. So this company, whatever it is, I should know the name, but I don't have it right now, has like 3 words for its logo, and one of them is like transparency, and the other 2 words are similar in that vein, you know, related to transparency. It sounds good, and they're like sustainability, and George Soros like paid these people millions of dollars for whatever. That guy, you know, that guy himself is like a murderer that does, you know, prison isn't even like, shouldn't even be brought up. He has like, he deserves like 100 death sentences, let alone death, you know. The guy's a murderer, a thief, foreigner, a lying, cheating, evil person with an agenda, an evil agenda. But he's roaming around free, you know, do whatever he wants. Biden could tell you before the election that we're going to pull off the greatest fraud, you know, voters fraud in history, and says something about Barack Obama in that statement, like that's how he won openly, and no big deal. It's not reported. They cover it up. And these people aren't in prison or on the electric chair, you know. Who on earth is actually running this thing? Now, there's a lot of the right wing, your average right wing person worships like Trump pretty much, and he's going to save the world and stuff, but it's worse than that. It's worse than that. That's what I see. It's not, it's so much deeper than like, oh, Republican versus Democrat, you know. You know, there's just too many. You can't trace a bottomless pit all the way down. I don't know who some of these, who all these people are. I can't prove it, what their agenda and intentions are and all this stuff. But basically, you know, hardly anyone can be trusted. But spiritually, it's concerning truth, believers, you know, it's the same for this too, unfortunately. Most of them can't be trusted for truth, for anything like that, because they have agendas and doctrines of demons, okay, that they received from demons, from foul spirits, from the devil. But I guess it's somewhat entertaining. You know, what are you gonna do? It's like watching a real like movie with this election fraud thing. Uh, it's really messed up. It's what it is doing is exposing how corrupt everything is for those that want to see that how deep this corruption runs. That it seems to me much deeper than just like you know, 2 parties or something. All these the women rights and gender equality, Black Lives Matter, sustainability, smart this, smart that. That's all in Agenda 2030, 21. It's all in there. People don't read any of it though. So who's in control and bringing all this stuff in? You know, they're telling you what they want to do with the world and everything, and you know, their ideas that they're trying to bring in. This is in there, and you know, you could have read this a few years back as official documents, not like conspiracies, you know, on official websites that anyone can read. And like I said, now there's these like, what is the purpose? I don't even know if I know 100% with these tiny little smart homes too now, but they're popping up right down the street. I'm seeing them, and I read that a few years back, and sure enough, here they are, you know, when they first started talking about them a little bit. Like, yeah, you know, smart homes, really tiny homes. I thought it was like insane because they're super, super tiny, and they're not even cheap either. Not here, anyways. If they were like 1/10 the price, that, you know, maybe I even would go for it and just pay it off. But they're not even cheap. 300 something thousand, and then you still got to, or 200 something thousand, 300, and then you still got to rent like 600 per month from these dinky little places. But now they're popping up. Now it's like reality. It's crazy. What is that? What's the connection with that? I don't know 100% for sure, but there's something odd about it. There's something definitely odd about it. Uh, I don't care what someone lives or what they want, but they're pushing this. It's not the average person like isn't going to do that or think about that. But then they push this idea, and now a bunch of people just do that. They go along and do that. Why? Why are they pushing that? Uh, it's not like the individual thing is rotten itself. It's the intentions and agenda that I'm trying to look at. Smart stuff in your home and cameras and stuff. Well, they're not forcing you to do it, but it got pushed and advertised out of nowhere suddenly. The technology's there now. People buy smart this, smart that in their homes and stuff. I don't care that anybody does that. It's just why are they pushing that? More cameras, more surveillance, right? So yeah, that seems like a good idea. We'll just protect our home, Got cameras outside, got cameras inside. It seems to me they would want you to do that. Um, they're not forcing really anyone to do that right now, but well, the streetlight thing isn't too old. It's kind of old news too, but they're popping up more too. I'm talking about where I live. There's more of those popping up cameras and stuff. Oh, you better not roll a right red light 1 mile per hour. You're going to get a blinding light flash, like I did. I've had, and I had no clue that that was some kind of illegal thing. I thought if you could just slowly roll it and it's safe and nobody's there, definitely a camera is the last thing I thought. Sure enough, it was just put in there like recently when this happened, but it wasn't there before. And then it was night, and then boom, like did I have some kind of seizure? Like, oh great, it must have been a camera thing that flashed me. And it wasn't the kind of white light, like, yeah, make a joke about it. Like, it wasn't the kind of white light you were expecting. Um, that made me angry a little bit because I don't want another, who wants a ticket for something so stupid. I'm not like for breaking the law, but man, like a 2 mile per hour, 5 mile per hour safe roll and a camera gets you. Uh, it makes me a little sick. I guess if people like that, then you like that, but I don't like it. Um, I guess they need them. It sure seems like that's what it's going. We need more cameras uh, to watch all these people and catch them, right? You need to be surveillanced at all times. Watch. That's why I'm not involved in this, in politics and stuff. Like I'm trying to see what they're doing, but I'm not like deeply connected and involved. Um, what good is that going to do anyways if you're go out and riot, get your butt kicked, I guess. That's all you're going to get out of it. Maybe shot. But that's probably what they want too. They don't want people rioting. So they'll just get their way no matter what. But this is extremely corrupt. It just gets old seeing it in the news and stuff, because this is more I paid attention more now than I have for a long time to, because of this whole election thing and corona and stuff. And it just seems odd to me how they both time themselves perfectly, Well, Corona happened earlier, but it extended all the way into the election. How convenient. And now it's like, oh, it's like a comeback, I guess. Well, over here 2 days ago, we got our governor, which she's not even constitutionally allowed to do what she's doing, but shut all the businesses down for 2 weeks again and set all the rules for certain people can't gather or whatever. That got implemented again 2 days ago. It's going to last for at least 2 weeks over here. And some businesses aren't doing it because I guess they just can't. They're not going to do it. They're not going to financially kill themselves. But she can't technically do that, though. Tell people to shut their businesses down. Governor Brown over here, extremely left, radical, whatever you want to call it, Satanist, devil, control freak, communist. Liberal would be like being really friendly about it. It's way worse than that. And Oregon's been plagued with these kind of governors for years. I don't know that that's ever going to change. I don't see it. I don't see that changing here. So we got that going on over here. And I know, I think every state's got something going on except two of them. They re-implemented some of this and they're all strict now, more strict about gatherings and businesses being shut down and stuff. But some of the sheriffs, they surprisingly have a little bit of old school stuff that they're allowed to do, which is they don't have to listen to Governor Brown. They don't have to arrest someone that she says go and arrest if you see this or this. Some of the sheriffs here are saying they're not going to do that, which is nice. That they're not going to arrest people or ticket them, whatever, citation, that they're not going to do that, and that they actually can do that. They don't, that they don't have to listen to this specific thing. But I think that's what they want to go away completely, because it still does exist, to some degree. A little bit of like your own sovereignty or whatever. They want that to just go away completely. So that when some communist says do this, you have to, or else. But it's not 100% like that yet. It sure seems to be going there, though. It sure seems to be going there. I don't know. I don't know for sure if they'll put Trump back in, or if with all this lawsuit stuff going on, if they're going to win that. I think it still will happen that he's going to be put back in, but if not, then I guess things will just probably escalate quicker with, Biden is, if I can say it, he's worse. He's definitely not better than Trump in any way. Like he would support people like George Soros and all these organizations that commit fraud because he himself did that. Probably more than whatever we know for sure. Probably more than what we know that he did, Usually it's not just one thing with a corrupt politician or a corrupt person. It's going to be more than one thing. How someone can get away with saying we're going to pull this off before the election and then nobody throws them in jail is beyond me. I don't know what kind of justice that is. Our Creator hates a false balance and scales. Proverbs 11:1. It's an abomination. And if you forgot what abomination means, look it up. It's like really foul, disgusting, detestable, abomination. And they're pushing abomination for truth, with gender equality and all this other stuff, gay, homosexual pride. That's been going on for a long time. But, it was like the end of this nation when they made that legal. It's here's sign your death warrant, sign your destruction when you make it legal on the highest level, federal, whatever, that, you know, gay marriage is okay and supported and that can be done. Uh, it's in the law, we support that. This is legal and good and we support that. When they did that, it's like, okay, you just signed your destruction, because there's no nation that's ever existed that's done that and then just kept going forever. It just gets worse and worse, and then it's finally destroyed, like Sodom and Gomorrah just being one of those examples written down for us. That's what would have been going on in that, kingdom, city, country, whatever you want to call it. All of that was going on, and probably a little more, but we're getting pretty close to that little more if we're not there already. uh, they just reverse everything. They just flip it and call it good, call it okay. Who's going to repeal that? Who's going to change that? Is Trump going to do that? Can he even do that? Who really runs the show? um, I'd say it's the devil, and that's not going to get repealed or taken away anytime. It's not going to happen. That's just me being realistic, not pessimistic. I think, they're not going to say that gay marriage is okay, wrong. I don't see that turning around ever again. Uh, when stuff like that goes into law, it's like over, man. You want destruction? Is that what you want? Why do you want that? Why do people want that? But they don't believe any of that anyway. So what I'm saying doesn't apply. And I get it. They don't believe. There's nothing I could say to them. Okay. But that's what it is, though. I should talk about something else instead of the bottomless pit of, what's going on. But this is what's going on right now. So uh, it's like the title says, like, I have no idea which one of these people are actually on a carnal, worldly level. Okay. I'm not talking spiritually, like believers. That's pretty easy to see. I'm just saying, like, who can you even trust that aren't like a bunch of like communist terrorists that want to just burn this place down by what they want to pass and what they want to do. I don't know. I guess there's a few left that there's, not everyone wants to do that. Trump won apparently overwhelmingly, supposedly. Uh, and there's more and more evidence, seems like every day, that that's what happened. But that's just a massive, I'm like, I try to think about some of this stuff. It's so massive, I can't even comprehend it. The amount of fraud that went into this. It's such a massive, huge level. Uh, who are these people, man? What on earth are they? Who are they? How come they never go to prison? It's like maybe they throw in one or two of these people every now and then in prison just to look like there's justice, but for the most part, I don't see it happening. Someone that does these kind of things, if it's provable, and if it's what they did, that's like a serious crime. Uh, and all the media doesn't care, except for like a couple offshoots you can find if you look for them that aren't totally. 100% controlled by, I don't know, crazy people. But I think even like Newsmax is owned by some, I don't even think the people that, I don't know how they get away with what they say. I don't know how much longer that can even last, the way things are shaping. How much longer can someone speak out against their agenda and not be shut down? What else can I say? There's definitely serious blinding going on. Definitely serious blinding. I think they want through this leftist whatever, this party, they're doing their work through the system. I think that's the only way they can do it truly. You know, their agendas and just their laws and everything they want. They're running like through this party. So are the Republicans better? The right wing conservative, side? I would have to say they are on a, just a carnal level. They definitely are better than compared to this, but it's not balanced. It's not, it's obviously not balanced. It's obvious to me that this other side has way more big shots, millionaire, billionaire people, than the other side. I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems like it is the way that things are going. I made a video with a link of like 6 months ago. Bill Gates was saying something about Corona. It was about 6-month old video, and he said it was going to go on, his best estimate, for a year and a half. So 6 months has passed, according to him, and he said he didn't know for sure. We got another year left of these masks and stuff, but I don't know if that's true. A while back, I thought maybe when the election happens that it'll just be over and cut it off, and I think a lot of people believe that, and I'm not sure that's actually true anymore. I think it's going to just keep going on for a while. But then the election didn't happen like I thought it would 6 months ago. Um, as far as like this voters fraud thing, I didn't see it coming 6 months ago or 3 months ago even, I guess. I wasn't paying attention that much to, except within like a month maybe, uh, or two max, when I started like paying attention to some of their debates. That was mentioned a lot, and I took notice. And the way it was said with Trump, it was like he was certain it was going to happen with this voters fraud thing. It was like within this last month that I saw, yeah, something like this is probably going to happen, but not before that, though. I didn't see it before that, but you just have to pay attention to their words. Trump said it's the most important election in all of history, and if Biden gets it, it's over. Uh, I, it's not like literally like that, like, oh, it's over. But what he means by that is the the control, the corruption, I guess, and what they want to do. If they get away with this, it's just gonna escalate, and there's no turning back, I don't think. And that's what Giuliani, Rudy, whatever Giuliani said. That's what that other tall lady said. If they can pull this off, and then there's really no stopping them. Not really, because they're only, with someone like Biden in, it's just going to grow stronger. So by the time the next one comes, this will happen again, and it'll probably be even better planned. You know, But the way people act is a giveaway. So that if I find that video, I'll link it here. But that some dude that was in her Toronto, he asked the lady if she's from this organization that has to do with some of this corruption. She couldn't talk. Her expressions, the way she was acting, was a dead giveaway that she knows she's guilty. And this stuff does exist. It's not like conspiracy. It is true that they pulled off this fraud. I'm trying to figure out why, for like the real intention. What does it mean? Where is it going? It seems to me it's just going to whatever they want it to. Read the Agenda 2030, then you can see what they want to do, where it's going. That's all. Things like peace, is mentioned in there a lot. The word peace is thrown in there, which sounds good, but in order to actually do that for the whole world, you kind of really do need the whole world to be under one system, I guess. It makes sense, right? Otherwise, you can't have true peace like they're saying they want with sovereign nations, with different philosophy, theology, government. It's always going to be messed up. So bring it all together as one. Then you can bring this peace in, like that eerie, creepy first Bush, old Bush, that it's harder to find on YouTube, that clip now. You have to find it somewhere through some other, I think it's in there, but it's like buried. You used to be able to find that real quick with the YouTube search on the, New World Order, like he just said plainly. And it's just his face was so eerie when he said that, and the way he said it. You have to see it if you've never seen it. The Bush clip on the New World Order. That it was close, and we have a real chance at this world order where sovereign nations can come together. And I think peace is mentioned, It's eerie, it's creepy. And even like anybody could see that. And that's what I've seen before in the past on the comments. Like that's the creepiest thing they've seen because of how he said it and the topic. Otherwise it wouldn't be creepy, but the context, the topic at hand is, and he says it's not the rule and law of the jungle, which is an interesting phrase all by itself, because he's saying what we currently have is the law and rule of the jungle. And I guess you can, in some way, argue that it is crazy, but I know that these people's intentions are no good. How it's just like those Georgia Guidestones. How could someone let that stand there? And that they're telling you on the stones, and they let it stand there and they protect it, that we want like 500 million people as a whole entire population total, and sustain it like there. I think that word sustain is in there. And now you're hearing sustainability all the time. How could that, you would need a massive death toll to reach what those guidestones say. So you would think that's evil, maybe just a little bit, because of the math that billions of people need to die in order what this stone says. And I think there's 10. It's like their 10 commandments. And anyone can see them, but not too many people know about it. And it's not mentioned very often, except in the kind of in a small circle of people that know about it. The average person has no clue about it. The people that would know what that is are only those that know a little bit about these things. They call themselves truthers or whatever. I don't even want to be put into a title or category like that myself, though. And this corruption is in YouTube, even like I said, when unbelievers start seeing corruption and stuff, it's really bad and corrupt. And a lot of these people know that YouTube takes down videos and is controlling a bunch of what they want the population to see and what they advertise to you. Even they know that that's what's going on. So it's not just in politics, it's in social media and YouTube and all this other stuff too. The censorship, all this stuff, they're talking about it more and more. Your freedom of speech is being taken away. You can't literally say whatever you want. It has to go along with some agenda for it to be words that are okay, and we'll put it on TV but if they're not, we'll cut you off and shut you up and say you're a crazy person and a conspiracy theorist. I'm sure they said this more than once, CNN and the others, about more, toward in the beginning, a couple weeks ago, and they're still, I didn't catch up the last couple days after this Giuliani speech thing, because I don't know how many people saw that. They did that. The reason why they did that and had that talk with that other lady and stuff, and some other blondie that was like hardcore. She was just, telling it like it is, I guess, and some of the people in there didn't like it. Obviously, they tried to talk, and you know how they are. They keep repeating, "What about this? What about this? What about this? What about this?" And you're like, they're telling you to basically shut up. But we're talking now. Questions later, and Trump's walking out. He's like already going through some door, and they're still going, "What about this? What about this?" You really think someone's going to answer your question? They're crazy. But I don't know how many people saw that Rudy Giuliani. He's sweating 2 lines of black. He was sweating like the whole time, but he didn't talk the whole time, but he was there. I try not to get into politics, like emotionally and all this stuff, but I can give the guy credit. I mean, he sounded at least somewhat genuine, about this corruption and stuff. It sounds like he cares at least a little bit. But anyways, I think he dyes his hair with some kind of like temporary stuff, just a little bit he has left on the side, because he was sweating. At one point, he sweat black and it went all the way down. And he's talking and he's got 2 lines of black sweat, or like dark brown or whatever it is. You have to watch that hour or something. It's pretty decent. I don't know what it was called. Rudy Giuliani talking speech. It's probably maybe you'll find it. I don't know. I haven't tried to find it. I got a link from someone else. Maybe if I find it, I'll put it in this one too. And that other video of that guy doing some phone calls and asking that woman if she's part of this. Part of the, which I can't remember the name either, that organization, which has sustainability connected to it and green like walls and stuff. I guess they like rent out some spaces or some rooms. And he was calling, but he wasn't calling to actually do that. He was just trying to figure out who these people were. And in the end, he figured out that they were like just a hardcore leftist organization, and there seemed to be strong evidence that George Soros was paying them some kind of money to do what they do. Just like literally being infiltrated. It's what it feels like. Or like the country's being infiltrated by and through like a party. that they're using for their benefit. And the, you know, above all that, the banks are all owned by some foreigners, Rothschilds, whatever, small group of people own the banks. And that's messed up all in itself on a worldly carnal level as a nation. It's a total fraud and total scheme, because the money is not even the country's money, not technically. And I've tried to research some of this stuff back then, and it's so much of the history, you don't know how much has been twisted, but it made sense in my mind that that was some kind of war back in the day about the banks and who owns the banks and the power. I forget which president it was. Supposedly he killed the banks. Is it true? I don't know for sure. Maybe it is. But this was trying to come in a long time ago. And I guess there were some presidents that were against it, or at least one of them. But then it did finally happen. And then 1913, which is it's just odd that it's got 13 in it, and that it happened in 1913, the Federal Reserve, thing. Because I see that 13 number everywhere. 33 also, but I think 13, maybe even more so. In 1913. They have a thing with numbers too. Some people get into this, but I used to look into that more, and it's too much, man. It's too deep. Where I think there's some false YouTubers out there where their goal is to get you to believe that every little detail is like a conspiracy. And I know that's not true. Not every single thing is false. Not every story is false, but that's what literally some of these channels do. Then you literally look like an insane person when there is a real story and you say it's not. Not all of these stories are real, but they're not, all fake. Every one of them like is implied by some of these channels. And it's like, I guess the devil has a way with numbers too. Then if our creator has his way with numbers, 7, 3, 12, and other numbers, that I don't know that I'll ever know the true 100% significance or meaning of some of these things. I guess creation could be reduced to numbers too, itself, math, but they have their own thing with numbers too. I think some of it's true that some people say, like 33 is usually like some kind of hoax number. You see 33 in the background or somewhere, like the 33,000 emails with Hillary. Something's off. That's all. Something's off about it. It's twisted in some kind of way. That's all. And so many times I don't see it as much anymore because I don't pay attention to it as much. Certain big things that happened in the last few years, I can't even recall them, but I would see 33, and this person was 33 years old, and 33 this and 33 that. It could be sometimes it just happens to be, but I don't think that's true most of the time from what I could see. They got movies, 13, it's in there. Everywhere's 13. There's something to it. It's like rebellion or something, the number of rebellion. Or maybe it means something else too. It's usually connected to darkness. You'll see bands do this too. They'll call their album like the 13 or whatever, with 13 tracks when it's called 13. 13 this, 13 that. Why are they doing that? some average Joe that just liked the music and just got lucky and became rich and famous with a lot of fans, and now they're giving me the same symbols and numbers I see in Hollywood and stuff, in movies and other places. Now they do it to the musicians. I don't know, I don't think, what is that? They're just doing that of their own originality and their own so-called free will. I don't think so. The pyramid, the triangle, I'm sick of seeing it already. Um, you'll see that with a lot of different music stuff too. Triangles and pyramids. You know, Pink Floyd is one of them. Big old triangle there. Triangles and pyramids everywhere. Uh, what is it? It's got some kind of like power to attach, something demonic about it with these things. They're kind of fascinating at the same time, and it makes me sick too. It's way more obvious now than it was like even 10 years ago. And then if you go back another 10 years, it would have been less obvious then too, I think. More groups that just blatantly call themselves Satanists and Temple of Satan and stuff. More of that going on too. How to stop it all? Join my group. We'll create an army and stop it all. That's what they wanted to do back, in Israel's time. They were under the Romans. Let's just get an army and stop them. Let's take over. And then he said, no, don't do that. Don't get your sword out and go and fight and stop it. Contradicting to the human nature, it is. So when someone's of that spirit of come build an army and let's go and attack and destroy, maybe think back on what the disciples and Pharisees also, before they received the Spirit, the disciples also had the same mindset as the Pharisees. Let's go to battle and gather an army. We got a king. We'll gather people under the king and fight and take over. But that wasn't the plan. And it was spiritual, and it makes sense because the world is evil. And Paul says the God of this world, symbol, he's saying that the God of this world, of the world. It's not that he's God or something, the creator, the devil. It's just that his world is of the world. It's carnal. It's rooted in and connected to money, riches, fame and all this stuff. Evil. And money is always like one of the things that it traces back to almost every time. Money, the root of all evil. So why would you want to fight in the world and like fight for it of it? It doesn't make sense, does it? It doesn't make sense. If you're in the world and not of it, then you're contradicting truth by trying to fight, carnally. Like attacking. Let's go riot, and do this kind of stuff. Let's make a king and control and take over the world. I guess that would require a lot of faith, because if that never happens, then it just will get worse and that's what it's doing. And how much longer will it go like this? I suppose anybody could ask that question at any time in history in the last 2,000 years, because a bunch of evil stuff has happened. I'm sure people were, saying that during World War I and II, you know, what is this? How much longer is this evil going to happen? And sure enough, we're still here and it's still going on. But it has to get really, really corrupt, I think, you know, it has to get really bad overall everywhere for something to happen. You know, if Messiah never comes, then this world is so beyond lost, because all it's ever going to do is just repeat the cycle of killing each other, which is a dark thought all by itself, that it would just keep doing that forever. 20,000 years later, it's still doing this. Do you think it would ever change? Just pretending 20,000 years, give it 20,000 years. Would there actually be justice and peace on earth and all these things, righteousness, or would it still be, or would humanity even exist? We'll just say it does. I don't see it. I don't see it. I think part of this whole thing, this grand plan, is to prove to humanity that first of all, they're not God, they're not the creator, and to prove that they're not good of themselves. Without him, they can never achieve, you know, what we read of, peace on earth, goodwill towards man. They can never achieve it. Good tidings for, you know, for all people, peace on earth. In fact, we have Paul saying, when they say peace, sudden destruction. You know, it's not me being negative, it's just reality, and it's true. It's what scriptures teach too. And it's not, Paul didn't just make that up. That's in the scriptures. That's in Jeremiah, other places, you know. It's those people that say peace, peace, the people that push that the most, then sudden destruction comes. And that example was for false prophets in, you know, Jeremiah's time, within God's kingdom on the earth here back then. His people, out of his people, many of them were corrupt and didn't really believe. And they said, we got peace in this place, comfort, security. And then he's told through Jeremiah, you know, because you say this, this, and this, that you got this by famine and sword, you're going to be destroyed. It goes against all the true teachings of scripture are perfectly backwards all the time from what like the natural carnal man teaches and wants. That's one way I've seen how true his word is that everything it says is backwards, the true teachings. And backwards, you know. Trust in yourself, trust in your instincts, and follow your heart. Backwards, totally backwards. It couldn't be more backwards. Don't do that. Your heart is deceitful above all things. It doesn't get more backwards than it does it. I'll tell you one thing for sure. The people that run this world, and just people in general, including myself, without the Father in me, could not have wrote those scriptures ever. They would have never done that, and they wouldn't want anyone to see it, that's for sure. They would never want anyone to see that and learn and, you know, look who we are. We're evil. And they wouldn't want to be exposed, you know. So I legitimately believe that they couldn't get rid of it for some reason. The reason being our creator, but the details I don't know. But they couldn't get rid of his word. I'm convinced that would be the first thing that they would have tried to do to people in general, you know, the wolves, the enemies, is get rid of all of it. It would be really interesting to see and know how that didn't happen? How on earth did that get pulled off, that we still have like all the scriptures in a book that still exist? I think that's a miracle in itself. My thoughts. It's a miracle because even right in Genesis, right in the beginning in Genesis, we have the waters above the firmament from the waters below. Who on earth would want to teach that? Look at the world and look at the evidence. The last thing they would want to do is tell you what the creation is and that the creator created it. And that's what's going on. And yet Genesis says the exact opposite. No way they would want this book here for people, how it exists. I don't even know. It exists through the evil, through the Roman Catholic Church, obviously. Why on earth did they preserve it? And could they be trusted? It's not that they could be trusted. It just somehow he did it through the evil. Through evil people with foul intentions, he preserved his word. I don't know if they tried to get rid of it in the beginning and something, I don't know. You know what I think the way he did it spiritually, because this is not physical the way he did it. It's that there's people are so corrupt that they, instead of trying and focusing to get rid of it and everyone becoming one, let's destroy this wickedness and call it wickedness, false this, false that. Tell the people that and we'll destroy it all and burn it. Instead of that happening, he gave them over to such a foul, corrupt heart where they saw opportunity to actually create their own religion and rule and control people with this book. That's how I think it was preserved. That's the only way I think. That's the way I think it's preserved, is that the humans are so corrupt. They saw an opportunity to take it for themselves and say, this, we are the truth and this is it. And no one can read. Only our priests and stuff could read and no one else can. It's in Latin only, basically, wherever they had the scriptures in like some other language, it definitely wouldn't have been very much and not many people would have had it. So they just became the truth. They became the truth, and that's how they preserved it. And they have this book, his word, and they're doing the exact opposite of what it says while they're pretending to be the truth. They're breaking like every commandment in the book that they can, Don't call him father. Don't call a man father. And you know what that means. It's not with don't call someone father as the intention of like they're someone like has a god, basically. You could call your dad your father, I don't think that's evil. You don't even remotely have that intention, but they do the exact opposite then, and they've done that for years, and people buy it. And how many Catholics are? They don't have a problem with it. No big deal. Don't do this. So they do it. Don't have graven images and worship these things and do, oh, we'll do that. We'll create statues everywhere and we touch them so much that we wear off the toes of a statue or whatever. That's a fact. It's like something that's happened. Some statue they made that people touched and worshiped so much that they actually wore like the toes down a little bit, and whatever. These people are thieves spiritually at the very least, if not even literally, and they steal his truth and they spiritually steal and rob, but even on a carnal level they do all this, and many of these people do this in darkness, but Yeah, I've never really thought about it too much. Why didn't they try to just burn it all? It must be because it must be because of what I just said. They He's in control, you know. The Father's in control. People think they're in full control. If he doesn't want something done, like, don't touch my word, you can't just get rid of it all. It's not going to happen. And he'll give them a spirit of whatever it takes, requires to keep and do that. Do the scriptures teach that? Yeah, I'll give them a spirit of stupor and stupidness and sleepiness and deception. I'll give them confusion and delusion. I'll give them a spirit of fear so that the enemies can overtake you, or this or that. You know, have you ever thought, like, oh, here's a bunch of Israelites marching down, coming in, and the other nations, even if they outnumbered them, were afraid of them? Why? And if they went to battle, the enemy, the enemy lost, and they were afraid of them. And it says that they were afraid of them. It's like something was put into them where they think that they're thinking of themselves and that they're free and they can create their own destiny and all this stuff, and that they're truly free with the free everything. These people come in and they're afraid, legitimately afraid. And I don't even know if they even knew why. They just were. Uh, um, all the curses and stuff on his people, the things he said he would do if they keep disobeying, it's still going on, I think, to this day on those original Hebrew covenant people. They're, look at the world, man. Black Lives Matter. Why? Why them? Why that color and race? There was few years back, it was at my parents' place, and there was a kid that he was adopted, a colored kid, and he was a little younger than me and my brother, but we'd hang out sometimes, whatever. And because we went up and down like the gravel road with a little four-wheeler, somebody called on us, I guess, and SUV started coming in. As soon as he saw that thing, he dashed and was gone. I mean, it was gone, and he was hiding behind a bunch of stuff, that my dad had, and he hid, and I think he caught it. The cops saw it, but he didn't care. It was just to tell us not to drive our little four-wheeler around on the gravel road up and down, on the lane. But like, that's just an example of like a spirit of like fear where he couldn't control himself and just ran, booked it. Why? He didn't even do anything criminally wrong in his life. He's young, and he booked it, man. Uh, yeah, I can't say too much more about all of that. I just know that there's still a problem with, and I don't even know that it's the average person. It's what they do up in the high places. They create these problems, racist stuff, and like to draw it out. It seems to me that it's like they want it to exist. Uh, and I just read on my phone on some news thing that popped up that if it's true, if it's not fake news, somebody got out on a 2 million bond, like 19 years old or some young kid, supposedly killed 2 Black Lives Matter protesters or whatever, and got out. And I think that's believable, because that's what's been going on a lot lately, is people getting out early or just getting out after committing, you know, but horrible crimes or whatever. But yeah, it's interesting though. people aren't themselves, like they're not, like even the scriptures teach this for believers. You're not your own. You've been bought with a price. So you're not truly your own, you are yourself, but you're not like this kind of free teaching thing that everyone teaches. There's way too much going on that people don't see and can't see, so they reject what they can't see, obviously, and teach the opposite of what scriptures teach. He declared the end from the beginning. It's got to go a certain way. He's the creator, for goodness sake. The human is not going to overpower him or trick him or mock him or do something that he doesn't want to do, or take away something from him and he just can't do anything about it. That's not the creator I worship. uh, he's in the heavens. He does what pleases. He does what he pleases. It's not me to say what is right or wrong. That's just the way it is. He says it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's right, it's right. That's it. Oh, you're stupid, Ryan. Well, you know what? That's been my life experience too, though. It's not just, blindly believing. People get in trouble and do horrible things when they do what he says is wrong. The evidence is there, and it should be there for your own life, I think, too. Uh, so sometimes it's hard to believe that there's a book with his words that exists that says what's wrong and what's right, like in simple terms, the commandments, laws, everything. This is wrong, this is good. In today's world, it's mind-boggling that something like that even exists. Now, there's probably more Bibles than there are people, but there's certainly very few that actually, understand and take that and believe it seriously. But they just can't. It has to be given, and I see that as proof also. That faith is a gift. You just blindly believe that, don't you? Well, no, I do believe that because it was being given to me to believe. But the evidence that it's a gift, I see that too. Meaning you can't just like some unbeliever all their life. Oh, I'm just going to turn on like a button or something. I believe. No, they can't do that. You should know they can't do that. You shouldn't discourage them at the same time, but you should know what's going on, that they can't truly believe unless, this gift is given to them. Now that contradicts most people's teachings, and they don't like this. That's the evidence I see. The evidence lines up with what the truth is. You can't force someone to believe, it's just not there. The doors are shut. It's closed. They can't see. They could say they believe in a God, that like some God power exists. People can say that, and many people say that, but they don't actually believe. That's what scriptures teach when it says believe. It's always assuming true belief, not pretenders, not wolves, not the spirit of the Pharisees of old. When it says believe, faith, it's always teaching the true belief, but it's like, I feel like it's, you have to add these words to like show people, this isn't talking about fake belief, that, right? And the blind, they have eyes, but they can't see. Obviously, this is not talking about your physical eyes and like physically seeing. a bottle of water. There it is, you know. It's not talking about that. I think people can see and understand that, but what it's actually teaching, they can't actually see. Yeah, I know it's not talking about, you know, it's spiritual or whatever, but most of the people that even could say that probably don't see. So if it's not something physical like that, then what on earth can what can I do? And what can somebody that doesn't believe, you know, what can they do of themselves? They just don't see. And the Messiah said, why is it that you can't hear my words? And I could see the frustration through the words, genuine frustration, because he cared, because he's, you know, because he's a true human being with the spirit of the Father in him. At the same time, he had the true understanding and has uh, on this teaching, on this true belief. You know, why can't you see? Why can't you believe my words? It's because there's no truth in you, because you're of the devil. That's why. He answered his own question. What are you going to do when it's you know, it is that simple, and it comes back to that. That's it. You can't see, you can't believe, because you can't see and you can't believe, because you're of the devil. That's why. You know, spiritually under the evil one. Doesn't mean that you are a murderer or rapist or something automatically because someone's the devil or of the devil. It doesn't mean that, like, physically, you know, but spiritually, yeah, everyone, I suppose, has been a murderer. And no one can come to him unless the Father draws them in and drags them into him. But then the way the Gospels teached truth is kind of like ignoring that truth. It's like the way it's taught is, you know, knowing that truth, but pretend like it's not, you know, pretend you're not talking about it. Act as if that they could be a believer because of what you say, you know, their eyes could be open. And you don't know who's going to believe. So the moment someone says, oh, you know, the Father's sovereign, he already knows why do anything? Why do this? You know, that's such a false belief and mindset. It's because I don't know who's going to believe or not, you know. Now, our Creator does know who his people are, who are his. But I don't know that, you know, I don't have that foreknowledge. So I don't go around with thinking like that, you know, like prideful or something, puffed up, like with this teaching. But it's always there. It's always there in the back of my mind, you know. You can't pound these people. You can't get a hammer and start beating them, you know, like spiritually either, you know. Admonish once or twice. And after the second time, if they just don't want to hear it, you know, move on. I wonder why that's taught, because it lines up with what I'm saying, what the scriptures teach on his sovereignty. It lines up with that truth. The Messiah said the same thing, you know, the exact same teaching. He said it first. Go to this house, bring your peace, and if they're not if they can't hear your words, take your peace back and then shake the dust off your feet, you know, and move on. Because obviously, at least at that moment, it wasn't the Father's will that they believed. Does that make him unrighteous? Uh-oh. Yeah. Paul talks about that, Romans 9. Does that make him unrighteous now because he's sovereign and can do exactly whatever he pleases, just like the scriptures taught all along? I'm the king. Yeah, I'm the creator, and I do as I please. That's what Paul's teaching, but people don't believe it. They don't believe it. You'll hear sovereignty behind pulpits and stuff, but they don't believe it. Most of them don't believe it. And I've experienced that. I've experienced that they don't believe it because they get angry and they start actually saying it's not true. So, that's been my real life experience. I've even heard it once and I never even said anything. It just got brought up one time. It was visiting like family in another state, and they started talking and that got brought up. I don't know if somebody mentioned it, how it got brought up, but it was brought up, and the conclusion that they all agreed on after some heated words and some anger on the truth, very angry at the truth. Oh, sovereignty, foreknowledge. Yeah, right. Literally acting like that and getting angry. They all agreed that, yeah, it's not true. Yeah, whatever Paul is saying in there is definitely not true. It's definitely not what it means, what he's saying. It doesn't mean what he's not talking in parables and dark language, in a lot of his letters. It's just like, here it is. So a lot of these things are not hard to understand, but if someone's blinded, they just won't see it. And our only answer we got back is, who are you to speak against God, the Father? Who are you to talk back to him? It's like a little kid talking back to their parents. You can't do that. I'm your parent. I'll just spank you again for talking back. That's pretty much the answer for our Creator too. And people don't like it. Why would they like it? Obviously, the human nature doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. It's at war with him. But that's literally what he teaches, though. Sovereignty. Romans 8, Romans 9. And so he predicts what somebody might say after teaching the sovereignty with using scriptures. That, this is what the scriptures teach, Paul says. He didn't make this stuff up. Jacob I loved, Esau I hated. Jacob I chose, Esau I did not choose. Why? Because he could. That's it. That's your answer. If you don't like it, too bad. That's what he's saying. But when you teach a doctrine of burning people alive forever, it really changes that quite a bit. Suddenly that's very evil to them. So the sovereignty of the Father is very evil, and it's no good. Exactly what Paul is seeing ahead of time. You will say, is that's unrighteous with him, isn't it? That's not righteous. That's not right. You will say, yeah, Paul said you would say that. And you can't see that Paul said you would say that, and you're now saying that, meaning you have the wrong understanding. If you're the one he foresaw that would say that, you have the wrong understanding. Can't you see that? No, they can't see that. They can't see it. It's frustrating. They can't see it. They don't believe it. They truly don't believe it. And that's a major problem, but nothing you or I could do after, you say a few words and that's it. Hopefully they believe. Hopefully they get woken up and slapped a couple times, chastised or something, So then he says how that scripture about them teaches the sovereignty of those whom he chooses. Physical example with the birthright. And Esau gave away his birthright for some carnality, hungry, flesh, right? Carnal. And he gave away something that has a lot of meaning. Birthright, firstborn, birthright. And he couldn't get it back after he gave it up for some carnality. But people are doing that spiritually and they don't see it. giving up their birthright, the firstborn, first fruits. They give it up and they can't get it back after they do this. Whenever this happens, they can't get it back. The only thing left is judgment. I don't want anyone to be like that, because that's actually what the scriptures teach. He wasn't even sorry really for what he did. He was just sorry that he couldn't get his birthright back. That's literally the teaching. So even then his heart was not in the right place, because he was sorry he couldn't get his birthright back. Not sorry for what he did. Not actually. And so he says, is this unrighteous? You will say, is this unrighteous? Because he chooses, because he's sovereign, all that. No, he's not. And what does Paul do? Which I think is, it's kind of funny, actually, because of how serious this is. He says, you say it's unrighteous. I'll show you. I'll show you again. I'll give you another example of the exact same thing. That must burn people up. It must have burned the people he was writing to up, by saying, first of all, you will say this is unrighteous. That's for sure. You're going to say that. And after you do, and you say, is this unrighteous? Can he actually do this? He gives you another example with Moses and Pharaoh, a different story with the exact same meaning. He just gives you another example. He's answering that this is not unrighteous by giving you another example of what's unrighteous. I think that's interesting. It's so against human nature. It can't be more. No one would do that. Oh, you think this is unrighteous? I'll give you another example of what you say is unrighteous to prove that it's righteous. Now, who would do that? Let me be extreme here. Killing is evil, unrighteous, right? You say it's unrighteous? Well, look, this person killed again, and now I'm proving that's righteous now by giving you another example of what's unrighteous. There's like no gray area. He's saying he's sovereign, period. Too bad. I'll show you again. And people don't believe that that's what the scriptures teach, you could first give them the example of Pharaoh and everything, and they'll tell you, yeah, but he hardened his heart first. He hardened his heart first, all that. And they walk away, they don't believe. Do you want a second witness to prove that that's not the actual meaning? Well, it's there. Paul's talking about it, and he has the proper meaning of Pharaoh getting his heart hardened, because it was actually the purpose. Pharaoh was a vessel of dishonor. Is that unrighteous with him? Why could he do something like that? Why would he do that? Is that unrighteous? So then the third answer is, who are you to talk back to him? After two strong, heavy examples, who are you to talk back to him? Now, I'm not in that camp or of that spirit. I'm glad he's sovereign. Good. I definitely don't want to control this ship 100% because it's going to sink. I'm glad he's sovereign. But they're not glad because they still want to control the ship. They still want to live. They don't want to die. They don't want to submit. They're scared of his voice, of hearing him spiritually now. But, we have the example physically, kind of carnally. The Israelites got afraid of his voice. We don't want to have anything to do with him. He's scary. He's scaring us. Thunder and boomings, and we hear his voice. This is no good. Give us a man. Give us a king. Is it give us a king because we want to do what's right? No, give us a king so we can do what's wrong. That's their intentions. Give us anything but you, Father, Creator, so that we can do what you don't, do the opposite of what you tell us to do. That's why. Because with man, even if they don't even understand why they wanted a king, just some man to, instead of the Creator directly. teaching them, guiding them. They at some subconscious level, spiritually, they know that with the man, they could just create their own religion, basically, and just bring in corruption, or maybe even persuade this righteous man. Maybe they'll try to like persuade him and make him corrupt. That's a really powerful teaching, that people don't want him. They don't want our creator to teach them directly. Very powerful teaching. We don't want our creator to show us and teach us things, anything, directly. His voice. And he lets them have their way, not because he's not sovereign. Obviously, that teaching isn't true. Going back to what Paul, just using Paul as a witness to what those scriptures mean, in case someone doesn't believe that's what they mean. It's not that the people persuaded him and I just have to let him. No, he did that for a purpose. Yeah, have your own way. That's fine. Go ahead. Do it. And see where it takes you. See how that'll work for you. Can you be righteous without me? Go ahead and try. Do it. And then they failed over and over and over again until Jerusalem was taken out and destroyed. And then the kingdom of heaven was preached. But all those problems exist now within this kingdom of heaven, that, it is, as I like to say, and is to come. It is now and is to come. It has all the same problems, but more like on a spiritual level. I wouldn't say someone doesn't want his voice literally today, I wouldn't, but they don't want his voice. It's still, his word is true. We want other gods besides you. Yeah, sure, we believe in the one true God, yeah, whatever, but give us a golden calf, give us something else besides him. So are those words still true for his people? Like, his people have this problem. That's what it's teaching. It's not even talking about the nations or Gentiles or anything else right now. In there, most of the people, Moses came back down, and even Aaron, a priest, which is what we're supposed to be becoming, priests and kings, and he was like the type, like a carnal type, if you will. Even he caved in and gave the people, what they wanted. That's why they wanted a man, anybody besides the Father, because with the Father, there's no mocking or fooling or tricking or any of this. But with a man, they can be self-deceived and think that they're mocking and tricking and fooling, fooling him. It's not happening, though. All those scriptures are for our benefit, to show you what sin is. This is sin, and this is how people act, and this is our creator, and this is what he does. But these things are, deep. They'll have a lot of spiritual meaning, but the average person, especially an unbeliever, they can't see all these things. They can't see. It's just a mountain, and it's just, there's some religion and paganism or whatever, with this God, and just a bunch of random people. And for a long time, people, this would have been years back, but there were more claims, I think, is what the research shows, but more then. I don't know that there's more, but it was a common thing anyways. Oh, these people didn't even exist. Total fairy tale. And then years would go by, and they literally dig up what they say didn't exist and prove it, and then they say this doesn't exist, and they've done that every generation over and over again. Now, whether someone believes in the spiritual meaning and actually believes in the miracles and who the Father is and everything is one thing, but today, for someone to say, like, the history is inaccurate and they didn't exist, it would be like utter foolishness with all the evidence that we have now. On a carnal level, to say that it didn't exist, the people didn't exist, the cities, the names, the other nations, utter foolishness today. And people do believe that because they just resist with tears, you know. It's an absolute fact that these people existed, and you don't need to prove every one of them. After you prove so many of them, you know, you begin to say, well, it's pretty likely that the scriptures talk about this man. He probably also existed. You could see how they had a problem overall in general with keeping his commandments and just believing in him and not going astray into pagan stuff. And that's what I see right now, though, spiritually, you know. They have a problem with going into pagan stuff and believing in pagan stuff and not seeing these things spiritually with spiritual eyes at all. And he doesn't change, and we know people don't change, so this is not too hard to add up or deduce. But like, the phrase many called, few chosen is not, I don't think it's in, I don't know if it is, you know, then I'm going to be corrected, but I don't think that phrase is in the scripture, Genesis through Malachi, many called, few chosen, specifically. I don't think so. I can't think of it. But the Messiah says that. But that's what the script, if it's not in there, that's what the scriptures teach the whole entire time. And he's just, here it is, many called, few chosen. It's always been true. It's always been true, right from Adam to, you know, to the end, it will be true. Of the people that say we believe in him, specifically, you know, the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Bible. Out of this group, many called, few chosen. Yeah, it's always been that way. So you got like 1 million Israelites, and well, I'll make sure 7,000 don't bow the knee to Baal, some pagan deity. And one of the prophets was worried and saying, we're all going to be destroyed because we're all going into paganism and stuff, and we're all going to be punished, you know. And then if he's the father, he says basically like, don't worry, I'm going to keep for myself 7,000. Interesting number, 7,000 that won't bow the knee. They will not do it. And so in every generation, I believe there's been a few people that never bowed the knee to some pagan deity. But there is a channel I'm subscribed to that has taught and is still teaching that from 325 AD till just recently, there were no believers at all, none. And I spiritually, you know, the spiritual antennas went up, and the word I kept getting in there from that teaching is pride. Pride, over and over again, pride, you know. Because I sure as heck don't believe that for 1,700 years or so. Not one single believer, not even one, is literally what one person I know is teaching. It's the teaching. It's not the person that I'm you know, I mean, it is exposing. It happens to expose the person too, but it's the teaching that I don't like. You know, I don't hate the guy or anything. It's just the rotten teaching. Don't teach that, especially what, you know how much evidence you would need for that? Don't say something like that when you can't even pull together the massive amount of evidence you would need for it. Well, the evidence is I can't find on the internet or whatever, which is basically books online. And people put these books in there or their thoughts in there. You know, I can't find anywhere in history like true believers, you know. But even that statement, I don't think is true either. But just because the evidence is slim doesn't really mean anything, because understanding the nature of his people, they never become, virtually most of them, I would say, they don't become popular, famous, and run entire religions with thousands and millions of people behind their backs. So the history is going to be thin, obviously, especially with, the lack of technology throughout that period of time. I suspect we could find a little more evidence if we had this technology for 1700 years, but that didn't happen. So it's the evil people that consistently, most of them get rich, famous, and are brought up and found in history and all this stuff, But that brings me up another teacher I know of that passed away a while back. Another believer that passed away a while back who had very good teachings, but then there was a couple, two, three that were just so wrong and off. And one of them is like this Old Testament saints won't be in the kingdom. They were basically unbelievers. He didn't say that, but it's being reduced to that. Like there's no benefit for them. They won't inherit the kingdom. Old Testament saints, because they were carnal, Once again, the same thing came up. Prideful teaching, because this person's starting to believe that they're superior to a big group of people, all of them, all the Old Testament saints, superior in spirituality. And really believing it in the heart is the issue. And that's what I see. When someone teaches a prideful doctrine, it usually means that they got a pride problem. It's pretty hard for that not to be true. And the doctrine of people burning alive forever is a prideful doctrine, with no end, no mercy. It's a prideful doctrine. It's prideful teaching. Small, tiny group of people won't suffer immense, unimaginable pain forever. That must puff them up just a little bit. You're burning, I'm not burning, bro. With no redeeming value, of course. No chastisement, no teaching, no nothing, just torture forever. That's it. It's prideful. It's one of the reasons why, I don't like it. Besides the fact that it's evil to torture people, and it's an unjust scale and balances that the Father hates. But so many people are not receiving his Spirit and are not hearing or seeing him and becoming, in his image, becoming in his image. That they can't see the seriousness of it, like the abomination that is. Proverbs 11:1, it's an abomination to have unjust scales and balances to him. Abomination, detestable, something worthy of puking out, gross, horrible, abominable, abomination. It's not justice to let a murderer, like, here, have a nice day, and we'll reward you too, maybe, for killing a bunch of people or one person, or it doesn't matter, That's not justice. That's an abomination on the scales. And it's also an abomination to torture that person forever for what they did. That's an abomination. That's not just. That's not even remotely fair. It doesn't, the punishment does not fit the crime. He didn't torture people for all eternity. Therefore, he can't be tortured for all eternity. Why can't people see that? I don't know why not, We got a court system in this world. which very, going back to this title, not too many of these people could be trusted, but we have a system with judges and, and they try to, do what's just as far as punishment, and, putting someone in prison for life for a crime they didn't commit, which has happened as a fact. And going back, for 2,000 years, I could probably say it's happened to many, maybe, but it has happened, period. I, I can't say too much about it, man. People in prison, or maybe not for life, but like 30 years or most of their life. And then they're taken out, and then they finally say, well, he didn't commit this crime. And he was just in prison for 40 years for not committing this crime. Even evil people, everyone knows that's evil. And the first thing they would say is, wow, that's horrible, horrible, evil. Would you want that to happen to you or someone you care about? They didn't commit this thing, but they lost 40 years of their life in prison behind bars. That's evil. It's a mistake. Yeah, it's obviously a mistake, but it itself is evil. It's not just. But somehow, all of Christianity, most of the denomination, everyone, even if they don't even talk about it too much anymore, because today it's becoming popular to just try to gather as many people as you can. And if they figured out if we talk about hell less, we'll gather more people, But the fact is, if you ask them and ask the pastor and everything, yeah, they will still back this up, people be tortured forever or whatever. Somehow this is not a crime or abominable or unjust. Suddenly it becomes righteous. What scripture or what logic or reasoning makes that righteous, man? I don't, it's not good. It's spiritually not good. It's evil. Yes, the person could have done horrible things in their life, but is that justice, man? Is that truly that's who our creator is? That's what he's going to do to balance the scales, is torture people forever. That's not the gospel. I mean, the gospel includes more than the Messiah died and was resurrected, and believe him and take him on, and that's it. You're saved. It's over. So the gospel is a little bit deeper than that. There's some truth to those words, but they forget the, past tense. I'm saved. Forget that for now. How could that be called the good news, the gospel, the true message, with that judgment in there as part of it? That's not the true gospel. That's another gospel of some other thing, that I don't know of, that I don't accept, that I don't believe in. Now they can cut that off and just talk about the Messiah. But the fact is that what they believe and teach is still attached. That's part of the gospel, is the judgment too. It's more than just one little like simple thing. The way it is on earth, it's like a type of the kingdom of heaven, or heavenly things that do exist. The courts, the judge, these things are real. They're corrupt, yeah. It's not good right now, but these things exist. The heavenly court, if you want to call it that, there's some kind of higher thing. So this is very legitimate to talk about it, that this is unjust. If we can give carnal examples, why on earth can't we use those examples and say, how on earth is that heavenly? Where's the connection of torturing people forever for 70 years of sin? There isn't one. And deep down inside, they know, but they just ignore it though. They don't care that they know that there's no law, there's no justice in that. It's total wickedness. They know that. Somewhere inside they know that, but then this other thing comes up, like, and it just covers whatever they know, and they get angry and they don't want to, um lying is a sin, shouldn't be lying about these things. Shouldn't be teaching the whole entire world lies, that the Father is a torturer for all eternity. And that's not even accurate. Eternal means no beginning, no end. So everlastingly, literally, he's not a torturer. And it doesn't even please him to do what he does now and what he has been doing. It doesn't please him. He doesn't get off on the death of the wicked, and it's not. See, that's not who he is. That verse, it means a lot more than just some letters. You have to see that and believe it spiritually, understand it. That he takes no pleasure in the death of the wicked. Okay, but what's going on? Why is it still happening? Because he's a righteous, just judge. Yes, that's true when they say that, but he's a judge, or he's just, when you try to when you expose this doctrine, right away they go, yeah, but he's this. When they say that, they're trying to say that he's the opposite of love. They're literally doing that, but they can't see that they're doing that. You start talking about his love and truth and justice. Well, yeah, but he's this and he does this. So are you trying to tell me he's evil? Well, read the scriptures. I've had people do that. It's like, do they believe he's evil? Do they actually believe that? I don't. They just care about their doctrine. That's all they care about. I don't even know if that's important, what they think or care. I don't think they believe it's important. But they're so hooked to their doctrines and religion, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees, beware of their teachings, not physical bread like the disciples thought. He's hungry, he needs bread, he needs help, definitely needs help because we can't understand him. And whoever we can't understand, that person needs help. Do you need help? Do you need a cheeseburger and some water, Ryan, because we can't understand you? No, that's not even my intention. It's them who can't see and understand. They can't. And the woman with the water, I'll give you living water and you'll never thirst again. Do you need a bucket? At least Jacob had a well. Surely you need a bucket. Looks like you need some help. Can I help you? Just because I don't understand you, I think you need help. I'm trying to expose the carnal nature that's in everyone. If you thought that was pathetic, what I just did, it is pathetic. Don't be like that. Repent about that specifically, because it is pathetic and it's sad. And I'm not blaming the people or anything. That's who we all are. That's who everyone is. That's what we've all done. That's what we do without him, I know they're tricks, man. They're games, but they'll never own up to it. They'll never own up to it. I'm not saying they'll never repent. That's different, because I don't know that for sure. But if they don't repent, they never own up to it. If they never repent, they'll never own up. And I don't even care so much, but they do it so often, it becomes a problem that they never own up to anything. They're just so perfect. Man, you're perfect. I'll talk about my life and where I screw up, but you can't, you're perfect. You've never made any mistakes in your life, is sort of the spirit I get. Then you, Mr. Pastor, man, you've never taught lies or any mistakes before, right? Everything you've said is pure truth. because you are a representation, right? A son of God, a messenger, even a teacher. I hope you're speaking truth if you're a teacher. You represent him and his truth. But I don't know that they ever even think that that's even important, that they represent the Father. Do they really comprehend that on the level that they need to? Like, you're not just some man teaching people and stuff. This is when people see you, they're supposed to see the Father in you, and you're representing truth. So that see the Messiah in you. But sure, they would say we do that. You understand that they can't trap themselves. It's just a game. And that's what's frustrating, is because it's just a game to them. They'll agree with what I just said because they have to. The fact that I just said that, they would say is evil, and everyone would agree with them because they're carnal and they believe their teacher. Like I said, they'll never admit that what they teach, some of these doctors, are evil, and that they're putting that onto the Father. And have you ever considered, pretend that it is wrong, what you teach, and evil? You do know that's blasphemy, right? That's the definition of blaspheming his name. Well, sure, but we teach truth. You're the liar, you're evil, That's not, it's not like people might think like, oh, he cussed and used the title God together with it, which I say you shouldn't do. You should try not to. But that's not the definition of blasphemy, just that all by itself. It's putting onto his name what he's not, anything to his name that it's not. That's blasphemy also. That's blasphemy. The Gentile nations blaspheme his name, Paul says. They all blaspheme the name, and they do. They say all kinds of things, unbelievers, towards the Creator. If there even is one, will say this about him, and they blaspheme his name. But believers do that, though. They teach it. Standard should be high, but it doesn't seem to be very high. Doesn't seem to be very high standards, special, peculiar people, royal priesthood. Those aren't like weak sauce words. If you don't think, these things are important, then I don't know that you're a believer, a true believer, these ministers out there. They make false accusations all the time and they shut you out. So you got that from the internet, or you got that from this. I've heard of that before, but let's roll with that. Let's just say it's true. Everything, all my understanding is from the internet, which I don't know how on earth Wi-Fi or 4G could actually get me to see something spiritually. I don't know how that could do that, but let's just go along with it. You never got anything from the internet, a sermon or anything, or from another preacher, or from a preacher you heard growing up, from someone else, and from other books and theologians, right? Because I hope you didn't at all. Then you won't be a hypocrite when you say I got that off the internet. Then you won't be a hypocrite. But if you even did once, got something from the internet, an idea to do a sermon on, even one time, then you're a hypocrite, So what of it? You point at me for what you do. The statement is no longer valid. That's what hypocrisy is. But I see that same spirit. They like to shut you up, and they want to focus. They want you to focus on certain things. Maybe a chapter here or there. Focus on that. Let's talk about this. And they always are the ones trying to lead you into focusing on whatever they want it is to focus on. And the reason they do that is not because they care about truth. It's just to shut you up. That's it. Now, could they ever admit that and say, that's what we're doing? No, they won't do that. They won't admit it. Then in fact, they'll say you're judgmental. Now, when you tell the truth, you're suddenly judgmental. And every time you tell the truth, you're just judging and condemning people. So you want me to lie all the time and never bring anything up truth? So because you connect truth with being a judgmental every single time and condemning every single time truth is brought up, you connect it with that. So therefore, I have to lie in order not to be judgmental and condemning like you. I have to lie and do what you do. So then you don't become condemning and judgmental. Do they understand that? Would they admit that? No, they wouldn't admit that. So it's just like a circle of destruction, I've learned the hard way on this to just back off a little bit, because I was overzealous. But it's not even that what was started was evil or wrong. It's just trying to convince someone for too long is wrong after so many times, that's all I'm saying. That's it. Because they're just they won't ever see it unless it's given to them to see that they're acting hypocritical and saying these things and doing all this and teaching lies. They won't ever see it, until it's given to them. So what happens is it's a trap. And once again, they're not going to admit that they're doing this, but like the devil that works in the human nature, it's doing this like on autopilot. It just knows what to do always, like the wrong thing to do, but it can't even see that that's what it's doing, which is scary, genuinely scary. That's worse than any horror movie I might have watched in the past. I'd rather see some physical horror, I guess, over this spiritual horror. Because if you keep going too far and you're just trying to convince someone too far and you're given gems and pearls, and it just happens to be spiritual swine, then they trample you. And when that happens, you become them and under them because they trample you. Then they can point the finger, rightly so, and say you're crazy, insane, angry, hateful, judgmental, and they trample you. And that seems like the goal so many times, like they even try to bring up things just to like get you to, I don't know, try to get you angry and stuff. I would never expect this from believers, but I've seen it. So just, say something once or twice maybe, and then go away, back off. Don't make it a goal to convince someone that's, especially a preacher, man, like I tried to years ago, someone I know, because you have to realize they were preaching all and teaching all this for 20 years, and you're starting to say like almost all of it's not true. That's a huge thing to own up to, and you can't do that. And the carnal mind can't do that. Human nature can't do that. The people who do that own up to it and repent and stuff. It's because the Spirit led you to, and then it teaches you to do those things so that you do them more often. But without his Spirit teaching you, then how does a carnal man ever repent? But see, I don't think they believe that a carnal man can't repent. I don't believe a carnal man can repent. You know what? You might not like me for that or believe this, but that's what I believe and see. I don't think a carnal man can repent. They literally have to be, they have to receive just a little bit of his spirit to see what they've done. And then they repent, Repentance is granted, like it says, Perhaps he will grant them repentance. Just some verses that go unnoticed, no big deal. Forget the meaning and teaching on that. That faith is a gift, which lines up with perhaps he will grant them repentance, The faith and the grace is a gift from above. And if it's a gift, then the people that receive it probably thank him for it. And the ones that truly never have received that never thank him for it. But they are very religious, though. But they wouldn't ever say from the heart, I am what I am by his grace. Because if you didn't ever receive something, how could you say that truly? Let's say there is a false teacher that's never received the true faith, grace, and all these things to see sin and all this. If they've never actually received that, how on earth could they say to the Father, I am what I am by your grace, and that's it? They could say the words, but can they actually see that? I don't think so. I don't think so. So I guess I went off on this video, but I'll try to connect it by saying that not only can't you trust hardly anyone in this world about even carnal things in the country and stuff and politics, but you can't even trust most people that say that they're believers, like concerning truth, Who can be trusted? Not many. In fact, we're not supposed to just blindly trust someone or believe them. You're supposed to test the spirits, see if they're of the truth. But how does someone that doesn't have his spirit in them, test the spirits? Carnal man can't do that. Just picture an animal every time you hear the carnal man, like a lion or a bear, horse. Can you imagine a horse repenting or something? Or, a lion being meek and lowly and repenting and all this stuff, especially when they get hungry. Can you imagine it doing that? These people are spiritually hungry because they're dead, like the scriptures say, like the Messiah says, let the dead bury the dead. So they go and attack people, and that's how they fill themselves up for a minute or two. Some people call these people vampires, there's more than one way or understanding of that, like women or even men, that just act as like vampires. They just suck the life out of you. And they suck your blood, which is your life, like those bugs, whatever, mosquitoes, they drink blood, which is just a weird thought anyways now that certain bugs do that. Blood is their drink. It's just bizarre. But that's our creator doing that. I'm sure it has some kind of meaning. Evil is bizarre and strange and weird and scary and monstrous. It's like some of the creatures seem to represent that. And some represent like the other side, meek, lowly, easily taken advantage of. Sheep, for example. But then there's like the opposite of sheep, wolves, which have their own attraction, doesn't it? Look how cool that wolf looks compared to the sheep. You can't say it doesn't look cool. Come on. Look at its teeth. It's angry, vicious, fast, strong. What is a sheep? Big puffball. You just can't do anything. It just gets eaten. So no wonder people are attracted to darkness, because it is attractive. You know, evil stuff is attractive for some reason, which is, I don't know how many people think about this, but why is it attractive and why are so many people attracted to it? Certain movies and stuff, you know, darkness, killing, all this stuff, witchcraft, just more and more bizarre, more crazy after you get used to certain stuff. And like even with music, there's like a contrast everywhere you go. There's like gentle and like, I don't know, it's just bright. It like represents good, but then there's the heavy stuff and dark, and it can sound uh like beautiful in its own way, but it's like evil, dark, beautiful. It's just weird. But and then there's some that's not like just outright dark, period. There's like no melody to it, you know, just pure evil. Just like usually what I think of there is people that just scream like you can't understand a single word, and it's just like and people love it, you know. Not everyone likes that, you know, but there's millions of people that do if you add them all up. I don't like I don't know what could I say about that. It's frustrating that the human nature is attracted to some of this darkness stuff. um, you know, you can start seeing and discerning, but maybe you don't like it so much. I don't like what I'm discerning. You know, I don't want to, you know, I like whatever it is in life, you know, not just music, anything dark or evil, you know. It seems like it's a magnet. You know, and people say that too. Oh, we did this over here because it was public and it was just this. And we're going to steal and do this over here just because it says not to, you know, and then they're attracted to doing something that they shouldn't do. And you tell a kid not to do something, and then they become attracted to do the exact opposite. Why? Why? What's the point? What's the intention? I don't know. You could say something simply because human nature is evil. Okay, but I'm like going for a deeper answer though. Yeah, okay, human nature is evil. It's like an animal. It's monstrous. I don't know. I mean, it just is. Why does a lion do what it does? It just does. Uh, I suppose I don't know that. I mean, you can call it evil, but like on another way, you it's not because it's just doing what he should be doing. But I think the scriptures do call it evil, though. Like birds are trapped in an evil net, an evil snare. You know, evil things have. It has more meaning than like people murdering people or something like bizarre. You know, obvious. Like the Father Himself gives the people evil and an evil experience for the things they do. Is that just? Is that righteous? Do people believe that He does that? Sends them evil, sends evil their way. So evil is just the opposite of His truth and what's right and good. That's all. How bad it gets is, I guess, you know, that's doesn't matter. There's a scale for both sides, I guess, you know, really good or just a little good. I don't know. I think there is. Yeah, because some things are worse than others. Some sins are worse than other sins. So it should be true for the good things too. Some things are better than other things. It would be interesting if someone of the truth could just speak to the whole entire world for a few minutes. Now, my guess is that they would just be shot. It's just a matter of time. Just kill them. Somebody's blood would boil to the point where they would just like, I'll go to jail for life. No big deal. Just kill them. You know, and that's where it seems like it's gotten with truth. It's becoming so bizarre, the truth. And there's quotes about this that people have made when like everything is lie, so much is lies that the truth becomes like, I don't know, exotic, like crazy, radical. I think I need to wrap this video up. It's funny because the people that said fake news and stuff for a long time or exposed certain things, you know, I bet there's a bunch of people that heard that and laughed at those people. But then when Trump came in and started saying fake news, those people now say fake news. And there is fake news. It's not a total, it's not like a lie. They report dishonestly, you know, and make fake claims and stuff, fake news. But why is it that some rich, powerful person has to say something before it's true? You know, all the earth, you know, it's not what science says. Millions, billion, you know, spinning, traveling 666,000 miles around the sun. Everything is going around the sun worship. You know, that's evil, that's radical, you're crazy. But then if Trump were to start saying that, I'm pretty sure everyone that likes Trump anyways, would start saying the same things. And maybe not right away, but eventually they would. It tells me people can't even think for themselves hardly anymore or question things. If I'm seeing that in the world on a carnal level, then it's definitely happening in the church world, you know, in the assemblies on a spiritual level, or even on a carnal level. It's happening in there too. If they just knew the history, maybe it would change people's minds, some of them. Just the brutal history of the Catholic Church and everything the church fathers did. If they really knew the history on that, but most of them don't even know. Some go only so far. They expose the Catholic Church, but somehow they don't connect all the other dots. You know, only her, not all the divided denominations. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's where they come from. But, you know, they only go so far on exposing the harlot. And now I've seen a video on some Colombian guy gathering people, armies, Temple of Lucifer, you know, with the symbols and everything and upside down cross, all this stuff, initiations. And they're saying that the Catholic Church is a harlot, and, you know, which was really strange to me because this temple of Satan is exposing the Catholic Church and its God, and that it was killing them, the Satanists, the Lucifer guys, what they did to them. So that they have some truth. And like, oh, expose the Catholic Church. Yeah, that's true. They're horrible. You know, I can finally see the light. I'm glad you saved me, you know. And then they say that they attacked them. Total nonsense. Total nonsense that the Catholic Church was worried about Satanists. On some level, on like a obvious level, they would probably say something about it because, you know, you got to maintain the image, but they don't bother them. They didn't do anything to bother them. It's not their so-called truth that bothered them. It's the actual truth that bothers them. That's who they went after and killed and took out. Supposedly unburied the bones of the first man that translated the Latin Bible into English, unburied his bones, crushed them, and threw them in a river or something like this. You know, if that is true, it wouldn't surprise me. It's brutal, but, and like, there's literally, I guess more so back in the day, dead bones under some of these buildings. Like, they stand on the souls of dead bone, you know, um, full of dead men's bones. Like, it's crazy that that's actually even literal in some cases, at least at some time, that they've literally found like bones of people under these old church building cathedrals or whatever, you know. But spiritually, that's what they do, you know. And it gives you a list of all the merchandise in Revelation, a lot of different things that they're selling and buying, and, you know, the merchandise and the money and the power. And then it also says, and the souls of men is part of the exchange of all that merchandise. The gold, the silver, the precious metals, the pearls, the the whatever, the natural things, you know, whatever Revelation. It says a bunch of different things in there. And then it says even the souls of men. That's a brutal verse, man. For anyone that can see who these people are, they exchange the souls of men. They kill them spiritually, you know, exchange, buying and selling souls of men with all this merchandise, and you just all of a sudden souls of men. Interesting that God's people do that. The harlot, the ones who say they believe, whoever they are, do these things. And Messiah said so in one of his, you know, I don't know where it is right now, but you travel land and sea to the Pharisees, to the religious people that claim to believe in God, Abraham, Moses, the law, the commandments. You know, they represented the Creator, right? They were good people. You travel land and sea to make one convert. And when he's converted, so they are converted, you make them twice the son of Gehenna as yourselves, than your own selves. And when I saw that verse, like saw it for the first time, you know, the meaning that it's there, not just like reading it, like I see this, that was mind numbing, because that's exactly what's been going on a grand scale, you know. They travel land and sea to just convert people to judgment because they don't teach truth. You know, you're just the ones who are false are converting people into judgment, and now and into the future, you know, judgment instead of life, you know, into death, spiritual death, even now and in the future, you know, where they're I don't know what that must be like, or what, you know, I can't say much more beyond what's written, but it's this judgment is not, you know, I wouldn't want to be in there in this judgment with the world, not to be judged with the world. It's better to cut off now all this stuff than to be thrown at once, whole body in Gehenna in judgment, you know. So there's going to be a destruction that needs to happen. And this destruction happens to his people right now. The destruction of who you are, your soul, the nature. Adam became the natural carnal living soul. It needs to die. And since the metaphor, you know, the parable is cutting off hands and plucking out eyeballs, yeah, that's not literal. Well, I'm gonna cut my hand off right now, you know. But when you picture that, it involves pain. If you just cut your hand off, that would be pretty painful. Or pluck your eyeball out would be pretty horrible, I think, Uh, I don't know about the eyeball, but like the thought of it may be worse than the actual pain. But either way, it's horrible. Um, so then spiritually, there is a connection. It is painful. Yeah, it's not literal, but like this, see this picture, it is painful. And people say, I've a couple times in my life, like this somehow was brought up, and I don't know the context or how. And I've ended up saying something like, that's not literal, that, right? Don't literally cut off. These are spiritual words. And like the people have a problem with it still. Like they know it can't be literal. No one's doing that. But then they still like try to think that it's literal. It's so weird. It's the most bizarre thing I've seen. Like the verse on, you got to hate your mother, your father, your brother, your sisters, and even your own life, or you have no part in me. Well, it might be that they have, if you have evil parents, you're trying to justify literal hatred for your parents, brother, sister. That's how hardcore you are on, carnality. They literally said this, and they were going in that direction, even though they were like stumbling because they knew it was off. But like, that's all they could think of. That's what they are trying to say. They want it to be literal. Because as soon as you start, even if they know like, oh, it's not, they don't think about these things. When you bring it up, well, maybe that means all of Messiah's words are spirit, and we are just a bunch of big liars and don't have any, and that bothers them. So they don't, then that darkness comes, and then whatever they start to see, they get angry and don't want to see it. And then they don't see it. And they comfort themselves by saying that they're right in understanding this, We know what destroy souls mean. We know. We are theologians after all, and we've been studying this for 1800 years. Can't be wrong, Yeah, actually you can. And I'm not prideful because I don't believe what most of the world teaches on what destroying your soul means, in Gehenna. It doesn't make me automatically a prideful person. But to them it does because you don't go along with them. Are you saying all the church world teaches wrong on this? Yes. I have a problem with that. Too bad, too bad. I just want you to see the truth. I don't care about who has a problem with this or that the majority of the church world doesn't teach this truth. You know, that's not my point, but they make it a sticking point that's my point, and it's not. That's how they shut you down by falsely accusing you of condemning the whole entire world. But they don't even have discernment and judgment right in their hearts. As soon as you speak any truth, it's condemnation in some kind of evil, judgmental way. Every single time. Don't judge me. Don't you know that verse about Christ? Don't judge lest you be judged. And they don't read above it or below it. Never. The most famous verse of all time, don't judge me. Because, you know, going back to that, uh, don't judge lest you be judged. They literally pull one verse out and create a whole entire doctrine on it. That's false. Yes, don't judge people in hypocrisy and condemnation like that. Obviously not. Don't do that. But there is discernment and judgment that needs to happen, and it has nothing to do with the kind of judgment you're accusing people of. It's not that. Then you give them scripture. The spiritual man judges all things, but he himself is judged by no one. And that's literally what happens. It just goes quiet. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Whatever, Oh, well, that's what we're dealing with, but I forget what they say. Well, you can't be Messiah. And Paul told you that, Paul, I'm quoting from, they try to any way they can to justify whatever they say and believe, and to prove that you're a lying heretic and that they're not. They're thinking of ways of trying to just be right. It's just a game, like I said earlier. That's how it feels. That's what I'm seeing. It seems like it's just a game. They don't care. But it looks good, a bunch of people get gathered together. But when you really talk about the deep thing, about serious things, all of a sudden it doesn't seem like they care at all about anything, truth. A little strange. People of the truth, you're supposed to be worshiping him in spirit and truth, but now you don't care about truth all of a sudden. Anytime it's something that your pastor doesn't teach, it's condemnation and judgment. Come on. You don't even test what I say or anyone else says. You just condemn, 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 judge, judge, judge. Like, yeah, I am. I'm judging. Because if I don't judge right, then I'm going to do evil. If I don't judge adultery and say, this is wrong, I don't want to do this. Oh, you're condemning, you're being judgmental. See, they're not seeing it. The kind of judging I'm talking about, the scriptures talk about here, If I never judged anything, I would keep eating that fruit that I'm told not to over and over again. Learn to discern between good and evil, or you could say judge between good and evil. But they don't want that definition to exist. They want you to be a judgmental condemner for some reason every time. And then you can't talk anymore about anything once this happens. Once it's over, because it'll happen over and over again, because you're not going to change if you're of the truth, and they're not going to change if they're not of the truth. So it'll just be the same thing over and over again. Better to speak to somebody else that's not so hardened, maybe. But they think you're hardened, and they use the majority to prove that they're true and right, and that what they teach is true and right. They literally use the majority. But like, the church has taught this since the beginning. They tell you, no, that's a lie. First of all, they've taught this since, the wolves always existed. So in a sense, that's right. You did teach lies almost, from the beginning, but that's not what they're saying. But since Constantine, since when that happened, it was the radical change. Know your history, please, where you come from, when you say beginning, you need to know what beginning this was, these teachings came from, but they don't know. And it's too much, it's too much. You can't handle like their worldview and everything about who they are, what people are, spiritual things, everything. It's too much. I suppose the best way I could sum it up is they don't want the world to be confused, deceived, or evil, and neither do I, but they don't want it to be for a different reason. I don't want it to be because it's evil and it's no good, but they don't want it to be that way because they don't want to be wrong about anything, and they don't want to think that the world is evil because they are attached to it in some way. Therefore, if the world is evil, like such and such person is saying, and even the church world is so deceived, that means, because they know they still love it in some way, that they're evil too, and they can't ever, that can't happen. So they'll say things like Satan doesn't deceive the whole world. Come on, not the whole world. I've heard that too, face to face. And you give them the verse, Satan deceives the whole world, it means whole. It doesn't mean, you know, every single person, but in a way it does, because every single person has been deceived. He literally deceives the whole world, and you have to come out of deception. So, but they don't believe that the whole world's deceived. And the church world's definitely not deceived. And there's uh, 2 billion, 3 billion, whatever, Christianity, Catholics, between them, there's, a lot of people. And that's like a big chunk of the world. So most of us are not all deceived. Therefore, the world can't be all deceived, whole deceived. And that's what it is over and over. It's like that again. The mocking, the laughing with anything that's different that they haven't heard their preacher man say. They laugh and mock because it's like a defense mechanism. I think, and we've all been guilty of it too. It's easy to do on YouTube too, man. They suck you in. I'm trying to learn not to get sucked in. They want to suck you in, man. And like I said, that they trample you even over YouTube comments. You could get sucked in like this. Because if it's a debate, if that's all it's about, then they will always win, because in their mind they never lose, and it's just about a debate. You're trying to like give them spiritual truth, like not just theology. You're saying words, they take it as theology and categorize it, and it's like this doctrine. Oh, you teach this name, and this and this, and then it just becomes a debate. And it's not about debates. See, the Messiah cared about truth, and he told them truth, and he told them that what they were doing wrong, and they didn't have truth. But for them, it was just about winning a debate. That's all. You think the Pharisees could ever admit anything? I don't recall that happening. And even if they knew that it was like a parable against them for judgment, Jerusalem was going to be judged, and then they tore their clothes because he pronounced a judgment against them. And they understood a little bit of that, at least, to where they got angry. So they saw that, and even that they didn't like, so they just got angry. Like, oh, it's true, I'm angry. And that's the human nature. I'm angry, it's true, therefore I'm angry, and I'll tear my clothes. So that's what happens, and they suck you in. They try to get you to do what they do, tear their clothes like that. But see, he said the kingdom coming in the power on the right hand of power, or whatever, however he said that's in scripture somewhere. And when that happened, judgment came. It was judgment language that he gave them and said, it's coming. It's going to come eventually. In this generation, Jerusalem's going to be knocked out, And they didn't like that. They did understand that much, where a judgment was proclaimed against them. So this was blasphemy to them. These were like priests, the holy men of God, the holy of holies, these people were. And he's saying, you, all of you, and your city and everything is going to crumble down in judgment. And he's telling that to holy people, super holy people. That's why they tore their clothes, because he pronounced judgment on them. And he said he was going to be part of it, because he was going to sit at the right hand of the Most High. And we know everything was given to Messiah. So the Father did these things in times past. And then it would be given to the Messiah. to use the same language the Father does, and he, through the Messiah, he did this, All things were given to him. And so he said, it wasn't just judgment was coming on them. It's like, I'm going to be a part of it too. You're going to see the Son of Man sitting on the, however he said that was judgment language. That's all that was. There was a destruction coming for their unbelief and all the sin and everything. Killing the prophets, disciples, everything. All this guilt was on them. And they were so blind, they said, put it on us. Don't think that people are acting any different right now. Put the guilt on us from A to Z. Yeah, do that. Hurry up. Just kill them already. Put the blood on us. We don't care. There's such a huge contrast between those people of God and then the true believers. It's night and day, literally. These people were pretenders, and they always look good and smile when everything goes their way and all things are flowing. It's only when they're exposed that who and what they are comes out, and Messiah exposed them, and then they wanted to kill him. If it wasn't true, what he was saying about them, they wouldn't want to kill him so bad. But it was true. Now they wouldn't acknowledge it's true, ever. No, it's not true. But then they wanted to kill him. And he says, you want to kill me. You seek to kill me. And they said, blindly said, who wants to kill you? Dude, you know how blind you have to be to do that? Spiritually blind, You seek to kill me. That's all you want to do. Face to face, you seek to kill me. And they told him, who seeks to kill you? Nobody seeks to kill you. Isn't it true you have a demon? No, I don't have a demon. I get my truth from the Father. They didn't believe a single word he said. Not one. And the one time they understood this judgment against them, they didn't believe that either. Blasphemy. That's not happening. And they were raging. And then they would have killed him so many times, but then he got away in the crowd because it wasn't his time. It wasn't the Father's perfect timing. And then he even mentions that, like, you could have got me before. Why do you want to kill me now? All this other time, this is after they capture him. You could have got me way earlier. And now you seek to kill me, Then he told Pilate, you have no power unless it's given. That was probably offensive too, because everything that's truth is offensive to carnal people. He was a very offensive man, and I smile spiritually, thinking about it makes me smile because I know it's, I know he had the perfect heart. It was given to him, He did these things out of truth, not out of some stupid carnality or pride. But anytime you give someone truth, you suddenly become God, prideful, and a condemner, which is exactly what the Pharisees were, pointing fingers at Messiah for being. And especially since he said he's the Son of God, they took that very wrongly. Very wrongly, they took that. And today, the Pharisees of today take the Pharisees of yesterday's understanding of that and teach it when he said that they were devils and had no understanding. They take their understanding and teach it when their response and their understanding and everything about them was wrong. They say that, look, this is what the Pharisees said. This is what we'll teach. No, they don't. They're not seeing it. They were wrong about everything. In spiritual things, they were wrong. They thought they were right, Just try to picture some of this, okay? Because I think some people think that it's so much radically different, the world today and how the Father judges and people. It's not. It's always been like this. the religious people, the 6,000 Pharisees or so, according to Josephus, the historian, something like that. He was talking to many of them, not just like a group of 5 people. There were a few thousand of them, these leaders, these teachers in Jerusalem. According to that historian, there definitely was more than a few hundred, but he says, around 6,000. So a lot of them. And the people would have all loved them. They loved them. They went to their synagogues and were taught, and they listened to them, and they smiled, and they talked about whatever they talk about, and they enjoyed them, and they thought they were holy, good men, these teachers and everything. Then the Messiah comes along and exposes all of them. Nobody else is doing this, and everyone gets offended and angry and wants to kill him. That's amazing. Because it's the same thing today. These people think they're so holy and righteous, and I'm like sweating. Please help me with this and this. And I know I'm not perfect, I got to battle every day. And it seems like these people just have it easy or something. No way they're overcoming sin, the sin I'm fighting every day. No way they can smile and have it easy like that and overcome all the sins that I'm, thinking of or battling or whatever in my mind. No way. And yet that's what people believe they've become. They made it. They're perfect, and these people are good teachers, true. They care about the people, all this stuff. That's who the Pharisees were. Sure, the clothes are different, and it's a time of the culture is a little different. No technology like this, but everything else is the same, though. These people are the same people. They're no different. I'm telling you, if the Messiah was here and there was a group of like church leaders from a bunch of different denominations and they just happened to walk by Messiah, he would say the exact same things to them that he did before. And I don't think people, that's very offensive. That's like radically offensive. We're Christians, we're believers. What are you, crazy? No, you might actually want to kill him if he did that and said these things to you, if you could get away with it. That's how bad it is when the monster is found, when the beast is exposed for what it is. Nobody's exposing them otherwise, and when they are exposed, then they get very angry. I've seen the same thing, same spirit. And it's a vicious kind of anger, not all of them would literally kill you, I guess, but I know some of them would want to if they could get away with it, which is a scary thought, but I think, why wouldn't they? It's not a different spirit. Human nature hasn't changed. The heart was deceitful above all things 2,000 years ago. It is now. The devil's working back then. He is now. If people wanted to kill him back then believers today would want to kill him too. Some of them at least. And the ones that don't want to like literally kill him, they would at least like hate him, murder him in their spirit and want him to go away at the very least. So it's no different, Try to picture that. The nice places, the synagogues, the marketplaces, whatever was valuable back then, they were there and praying and long prayers and looking like, look how much we fasted because I'm going to pretend I'm sorrowful and stuff, Something that is very beneficial when it's done right. They pervert it. And then that fasting becomes a judgment instead of like a blessing or something, They start showing off about it, about this fasting and whatever else, long prayers and stuff, which, the church world I was brought up in, many times the prayer was like literally I don't know, over 5 minutes for sure. Some of them, some people, just it goes on and on and on. Is that okay within the body and you're not like doing this outside? Yeah, I'm not saying that it's worse than what the example given there is. I'm just saying, you know, they're all exactly the same. I'm not trying to like poke too much, but the same exact words, same pattern. It's like they just learned words to say. I don't know that there's any heartfelt meaning at all um, in them, you know. It's a big claim, but you know, that's the claim Messiah was making. Their hearts are far from me. And I think that's prophecy that was quoted in Isaiah, I think. So their worship honor me with their lips. So they're very good at talking, praying, sounding good, sounding like they're true, but their hearts are very far, far from him. So spiritually, you know, it's like I could get along with people, but spiritually we're not, you know, if we're going to be together for a few minutes, we better both talk about basketball or something. Don't start talking to me about truth because it's not going to work, you know. It never has. But see that they're okay with that, you know. Let's just talk about the world and carnal things 100% of the time. As soon as truth is brought up, you're condemning, heretic, judgmental, you know. There's like no spiritual nothing. I don't think I could call many of these people my actual brothers or so, you know. I don't think I could do that to the people I'm describing. I'm not saying everyone's like that, just many, though. I don't think I can. The Pharisees weren't Messiah's brother, you know. They weren't. And they were believers, so they said. It's one of the most powerful teachings there is, or examples in scripture, I think, is the Pharisees and Messiah. Messiah versus the Pharisees. Understand what's going on there, and you'll understand quite a bit. Know who he's talking to. They're not atheists, you know. See what the problem and corruption is within. And people say, you know, that's why empires, you know, Roman Empire, it got destroyed from within. And I believe that's true. And they got weak from within. And I think that's happening to this country too. From within, it's falling apart. It doesn't mean nothing's going out on the outside, but like the corruption is happening though within, and it's getting judged. It's going to keep getting worse if it doesn't change. So I do believe that, you know, a nation gets whatever it deserves. Like Sodom and Gomorrah was sin, crime, and corruption, and love grew cold, evil, you know, frauds, fakes, everything. And they got judged to show you what sin is. You know, here's sin. This needs to be destroyed. But see, they don't know what the spiritual meaning of this means. That he's able to destroy souls in Gehenna, you know. He's going to do something that he has no pleasure in and confirm it and do it with no end. He'll forever have no pleasure doing that, but he'll, you know, destroy it. They're thinking carnally when he's speaking spirit words, you know. All these commandments here, he's saying basically there's a spiritual meaning also, and that's what you got to follow and understand, because you can keep the commandments and still be far from me, you know, far from him. Keep the physical commandments. which is good, which is important, but it can become evil if that's all, if it's just like out of pride or something, look how good I am, I don't commit adultery, this kind of attitude. Adultery is still sin, all these other commandments, yeah, they're still sin, but you got to see the spiritual meaning and live that every day. That's why your righteousness has to exceed the Pharisees, because it's a lot more than just looks. That is commendable, not to murder, not to commit adultery, steal, or any other commandment. That is good. Doing that is still sin. It's not, not to take away that. It's just, there's a higher meaning too, which if you keep that, you'll never break these other things carnally. How on earth can you commit adultery if you don't even lust in your mind at all? You're like overcoming that. You can't commit physical adultery now, can you? If you're not even murdering someone spiritually with hate, then you're not going to stab them with a knife, And it seems to me no one understands. I mean, not no one, but just so many. They think it's like a low calling or something. Back then, they used to keep the commandments. Now we're free in Jesus. Now the standard has gone down. They don't say that, but that's what I'm like getting out of it. But what are you talking about? If anything, the standard went up. I don't think you would have got stoned to death for lusting in your mind. No witness would have said, look, he's committing adultery, because spiritually he is, but he didn't do it physically. So you can't condemn him. You can't say this is what he committed, deserving of death. But when after, Messiah and forward, yeah, if you lust, that's spiritual, that's sin. That's wages of sin is death, and you receive spiritual death. And the people that are spiritually dead are those who can't hear his voice. That's why they don't know what they're saying. That's why they're teaching lies, is because they're dead. But, it's a spiritual death, and committing adultery that receives, the penalty of death, physical, and commit physical adultery. That's to show you the seriousness and ugliness of sin. That didn't go away. If a believer did that today, committed actual adultery, not just lust in their mind, it's not being stoned instant, to physical death like this, but trust me, there's, the scriptures teach there's spiritual judgment for that, and it's a heavy judgment. It's a heavy price to pay. And I don't know, some people, I think, you do something that big, that you just don't come back. You just live in the world the rest of your life. Still serious. The actual, the actual crime is still serious. It's still sin. It's, I don't know how you would explain it to somebody that's not spiritual. If they've been dead all their life and then they commit adultery, then you're like warning them. It's like, what are you warning me of? They don't know because they're already dead. They don't have life. It's not like something new. Yeah, I committed adultery again. Well, you definitely don't hear the Father. You definitely don't have the Spirit if you just do this all the time. No way. This starts to separate the wheat from the tares, because like most people can't even hear it. What are you talking about? Death. What are you talking about? Dead. He doesn't bless you with these spiritual gifts and blessings and understanding those who are in total sin constantly, never repenting. They don't receive that spiritual blessing. And not just now, but in the future too. There's only judgment for that, not not blessings and rewards, Find me a verse that he rewards sinners, when they keep sinning and all this stuff. No such thing. And that's why they believe in strange doctrines and evil doctrines and pagan doctrines, because to me it's a sign when someone believes in something so far off from what you're given to see as truth. When they're so far off on this, it's like a warning sign. Something's not right here. Why do they believe something so horrible, so backwards? Could it be that they're false? But they seem like a nice person or something, or that's not the point. The Pharisees seemed like nice people. That's not what he cares about. The point is, he cares about the heart very much. And it's not that the physical sins aren't sin anymore, but these people are carnal. That's all they care about, is the physical and how they look and how they appear to people and their image they protect. That's it. That's what everyone does. That's what I did. That's what everyone does when they're carnal. That's the only focus. That's it. It's all they could see. They can't see their own sins, that's for sure. On the average given day, they're not like repenting for anything. They just maybe speak a robotic prayer like I was taught to do, and that's what I did, which had no meaning or value. Looking back, it practically didn't have the, they were sort of like dead words, just to say it because to say it kind of thing. And I even started to pick that up in the church, on some of these long prayers and stuff, and they're all the same exact prayers. And I'm not saying what they said is literally wrong, but that's the connection I make that like reminds me of when I was praying like that. That's all. It just reminds me of what I did. And I'm wondering if these people are also carnal, doing the same thing. They just picked up religion. I don't know how that happens. Something got them in there. It could be that they did have like a little true belief in the beginning, but whatever they are now, I don't think they are anymore. Most of these people, you say ignorant things like back when Christmas was like, they're trying to take away Christmas from us, And this is not, I'm not trying to make this a big deal, but it's like, back before I believed in the church, someone saying that we're talking about this before I ever believed, I saw what he was saying, but something in my mind said that something's wrong with that. I just didn't know what though. It's like the whole Christmas thing is pagan anyways. We shouldn't be talking about how we need to go back to Christmas and the old times and stuff. Like they're just not seeing it. It bothers them. They're concerned, And years ago, we used to shut down businesses on Sunday and stuff, It's weird because that used to be truth and good. And then you learn all of this, and it's like not even what they did that's good to them was even right. Uh, you know what I'm saying? Sunday, Sabbath, Sunday. It's not. And then Christmas, he wasn't born when they say he was born, and that's pagan too, from some pagan Nimrod or something deity, going back to like Babylon or whatever. It's definitely not when he was born or has to do with his true birth, but they say it is though. It's what it is. That's why it's deceiving, because they say it's about Christ and it's his birth, but it's a pagan thing wrapped up with throwing Christ in there. It's a pagan birthday for some pagan thing, during this time, and then we'll just throw Christ in there, the holy with the profane, and then this is good. People will see this as good and something we should celebrate all the time. And now the scriptures talk about, these things that they do. This is not new, and that's what's so amazing about this. The scriptures say that they deck trees and put things on them and cut them down and do all these things. The pagans do this, and the Father doesn't look highly on something like that because it's connected to pagan stuff. That's in the scriptures. But somehow, if you were to read that, it doesn't matter to these people. Most of them, it doesn't matter. No big deal. That's the Old Testament. Yet that's his word. He didn't like it before. He still doesn't like it now. How come you can't see that, I'm not trying to make this greater than like murder or something. That's not the point, but it's still wrong. It's not something he says to celebrate and cut trees and do these things that the pagans do. How's that being set apart or different, How's that holy when you're doing exactly what all the pagans do? And it's connected to pagan stuff. Well, but I don't bow down to pagan things. Neither did they 3,000 years ago, most of these people. It's unlikely that most of them bowed down to presence under a tree and worshiped the literal tree. I don't think people did that, like the majority of them, I don't think so. Maybe some of them did, but so you could go on and on about this. The scriptures aren't his word to them, not really. They say it is, but you read it and no big deal. No big deal. Why? Why is that not? It just old. I don't know. Old Testament. We got Christ now. Yeah, he didn't do that. You realize that, right? He didn't get a tree, cut it down, put things on it, and take days off on a pagan day and all this stuff. He didn't do that, right? Well, we're not Messiah. Oh, okay. Well, have a nice day, Um, what's it mean to them to have the mind of the Messiah, have his mind? Wouldn't you be doing the same things probably if you actually had his mind? Maybe. The same things he didn't do, you probably wouldn't do either because you don't believe in it because of what the scriptures say or what his word teaches. My word doesn't go away, he said. It never goes away. Heaven and earth will pass away easier before my words pass away easier. And part of his words were, man shall live by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of the Father, which is like every single, thus saith the Father, his name, thus saith him, is his word. And, there's a lot of words in there. But that escapes them totally. And a while back, looking back at my understanding of that, I didn't know that was in there even back then, in the beginning. When in the beginning, I did believe in him and everything, and the scriptures were true and everything I'm learning, but I didn't even see that though. I didn't understand that. So how much more someone that's like in religion doesn't have his spirit, how much more they don't see that. They just don't see it. They didn't even know it was in there. And if they did know, they just read it and it didn't register. It's not registering. That's what Messiah taught. Live by every word, And I better end this video. Maybe I need to learn how to cut the video so it's in sections or something, so that they're not so overwhelmingly long. I should be able to do that at least with a YouTube, I think also. I think I could do that pretty easily. Part 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. I don't know. That's it. So peace, take care. And over here it's night. So, well, good night. But it's 1 o'clock and this is called morning. In this world, it's called morning. It's more like MOURING, not MORNING, MOURNING. To call morning 1 o'clock in the morning when the sun isn't out yet. It's not morning yet or daylight yet. But I was blind too about this. Then when you see it, it's like, how on earth did I not see that? How come nobody knows that midnight is not a new day? But the world says it's a new day. And this is a very simple thing. How much worse is it spiritually on all these other things? This is just talking about when a day starts. And it's very simple. But then people don't think they were deceived about the moon landing and stuff when they don't even know when morning starts, when a new day starts. If you ask the average person, when does a new day start? They would say midnight, probably most of them, I think. I don't know how many people actually think of it or it comes across in their mind on the day thing. I don't think it even crosses their mind. Like maybe they thought it was a little weird at some point and then it's just they never thought about it ever again. I don't know. It's a simple thing, I don't want to make a big deal out of it too much, but it technically, it's night right now. It's night. And I'm not going to say the stupid stuff anymore. For myself, because I just know it's not right. I'm just not going to say it. I'm not going to get down on people for it, but just I'm not going to say good morning if it's not morning yet, but that's the world we live in. I suspect the logic is if we don't even know when day starts, and believers argue this even after they can see 20 verses on showing you when a day starts from scripture, not my opinion. And they still say it starts at night when the sun sets. That's most believers. And then the rest of them, they just don't know or whatever. And then you got the world of unbelievers that no wonder there's election fraud and all this other confusion and stuff going on. We don't even know when a day starts. Surely we have worse problems than just the day problem, when day is and night is, because he who is faithful in little is faithful in much. If they're not even faithful and can't understand or see that day starts in the morning, you have bigger problems, period. Guaranteed spiritual problems, the world does. And it does. It makes sense, right? It's logical, a little bit of scripture. Faithful with little, faithful with much. He who's not faithful with little is also not faithful with much either. And when you read that, it sounds backwards actually to the carnal mind, because that's the first initial thing I thought. He who's faithful with little is also faithful with much. Are you sure about that? And he who is not faithful with little won't be faithful with much either. I think most of the world would disagree with that. I don't know. Or maybe they wouldn't truly believe it themselves. But that's actually the connection. That's the truth. If you're not faithful with the small things, you're definitely not faithful with the big things. And he's not going to be found a liar. So this is the truth, that's our standard right there. Not my opinion or thought. Well, I'm not faithful with little, but I am faithful with the big things, the really important things. No, I'm not. Definitely not. But if I am faithful in the small things, then you will be faithful in the big things. Yeah, that's backwards to the human nature, no doubt. I've thought about that before. It's hard to explain, but like you always have the natural understanding. Try to think of the natural understanding and then see the spiritual meaning. And the natural understanding is sort of backwards to that. He who is faithful in little is faithful in much also. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what I see. Yeah. Yeah, that's a significant verse because he's talking about spiritual things that you're faithful with. It's not just like, my car is clean, I vacuum it. Um, that's good. It's nice that you're clean. But that's not what he's talking about. Boats, cars, houses, and stuff. You can apply it to carnal physical things too, but he's definitely talking about spiritual things, which is impossible to talk to someone that's not spiritual, even if to say they're a believer. If they're not a true believer, you can't really talk about these things. It's just someone's gonna get angry, and hopefully it's not you. Maybe a little righteous anger, but hopefully nothing past that. But they usually do get angry. And when they just don't want to. I don't know. They just want to talk about money all the time or something. I'm just tired of it. I wish money didn't even exist. I suppose if it was always used right, I would never say that. Maybe, I don't know. And the money we have is not even money. It's just a joke. It has some value because everyone thinks it does, but that's our reality. Because if everyone thought that the dollar is worth zero now, well, then it would be. That means it was never valuable in the first place. But who cares? Who cares? The system is fraudulent. No big deal. Don't speak truth. You're condemning all governments and everything, judging them. Uh, at least it was backed by gold before. Now it doesn't even have that. Now it's literally just green paper with triangles and owls on it and New World Order or whatever of the ages. It's just like a symbol of paper telling you what they want to do. There's no value in it without like any being backed by anything. There's not actual value, only in the minds of people. As long as they keep believing there's value in it, then it will still have some kind of value. But so it's interesting because I do believe it's a legitimate major scale pyramid scheme, and all pyramid schemes eventually run out and collapse, right? But this is on such a huge scale that we're talking about decades and decades before that point happens. Whereas like a little company that's built on a pyramid scheme that you've probably heard of some, with sales and stuff, where the people at the top in the beginning make something and then it gets worse and worse as it goes down. And eventually, because it's a fraudulent system, no one can be paid and they go bankrupt really. And then it's just the whole thing collapses and the people at the very top take all the money. It's not that hard to grasp, but so this pyramid scheme is on a massive level. We're talking the whole country, the whole world. So you can't think in terms and compare it to a small time pyramid scheme. It's just because it didn't collapse and all this time, it doesn't mean it's not a pyramid scheme. It's just a huge one. And when the collapse does happen, it's going to be a massive collapse. worse than anything in ever, probably in all of this country's history, and other nations too, because I think the rest of them are the same thing, really. Same pyramid scheme, pretty much. Fiat system, whatever. I don't know when that's going to happen. It just seems like it must happen. All the logic and reasoning and everything points to that eventually happening. And then there will be a replacement. There has to be a replacement, and it's probably going to be all digital or something. That's going to be the savior of everything, when everyone has to get together and save themselves for the common good. I don't think that's crazy, right? I mean, that's not too far-fetched. It literally looks like it's going that way. We had the 2008 collapse and the 2000, the fact that they're still running it right now is pretty amazing. The fact that it hasn't already collapsed is amazing, because it's literally backed by nothing, and they're just printing more and more money, and the dollar value is going down. But when you see the value on charts, or you hear people say, no, it's not, our dollar's better than, exactly, it's comparing it to other nations. But if you compare the dollar to its own country 100 years ago, it's like a dive. It's going down. It's going down. It can only go down. But yeah, compared to some other countries, it's not at the bottom. That's not my point, but some people can't even see that. Which tells me it's a pyramid scheme, because why on earth would the dollar value just keep plummeting every year unless it's a pyramid scheme? You can't tell me an ounce of gold is going to keep going down until it's worth nothing. It's always worth 1 ounce of gold. Therefore, we live in a pyramid scheme because the value is decreasing, which is impossible if it was a legitimate system. Or am I just crazy and insane? Because real money is gold, silver, precious metals, stones, all this stuff. And the value doesn't just decrease until it goes to zero. That would never happen in any generation. 500 years ago, 1 ounce of gold. Oh, wow, that's worth a lot. 2,000 years ago, 1 ounce of gold. Oh, that's great. That's worth whatever. Today, 1 ounce of gold, it's worth whatever. It's always worth something. It's not going down until it collapses. And yet the dollar is. I'm not a genius or anything in economy and stuff, but I don't think it takes a genius to see this. I don't know how much longer they're just going to keep. The Fed did some crazy things. They literally did like everything they could, and I don't know how many more tricks they have up their sleeve. That's why the interest rates are like as low as they are, which happens to benefit people, at least some people, that, their payments aren't going to be as, but the reason why it's so low is because it's literally the last straw. And whatever else they did, quantum easing and all these other things, they it should have been a massive collapse, but they saved it by doing these things. That's my understanding. It should have been a massive collapse. I mean, it was a collapse back then, but it should have been way worse. And then it should have happened even just not too long ago, I think, but they just keep saving it. And then the stupid politicians, oh, we'll just tax you more. And everyone like believes it. And I don't know how many people actually voted for Biden or whatever. I don't get into that stuff, but you pay your debt, but we won't pay our debt. Kind of hypocrisy. As a whole, we're all going in debt, but we'll take your house and throw you in prison if you don't pay your debt. Oh well, the more debt someone is in, which is frustrating to even say this, the more debt someone can afford and has, the richer they are. You know, when you see a big house and a really nice new big truck with mods, it just means they're in more debt. So backwards, man. Yes, it's working. That's not my point. It's working for now, and it has been, and people like it. But it doesn't get more backwards than that. That the average person, the bigger and shinier things they have, the more debt they're in. You would think that they're worth more. The things they have are worth more, but they themselves are in more debt than the next guy. They just could afford to be in more debt because they have a better job or business or something. To me, that's completely backwards of what it should be. You know, you shouldn't be in that kind of debt. It's not anyone's fault, really. It's just we were forced to, you know, everyone was forced to get into debt. And I don't like it. I feel like it's going to eventually be a major disadvantage in the future to be in debt. It'd be good if you could get out of it somehow. If you have an opportunity to downsize or do something. I don't know. I don't like it, but I guess other people don't mind. 1913, big scam. No one's talking about that. You know, let's talk about like taxes and abortion and stuff, which abortion is evil. Okay, I'm not accepting that, but they never get down to the core, the true problem, like on a country level, is that it's not, the money is not even its own United States money. It's foreign. It's owned by foreign people that own the banks, that own everything, and then the Fed is right there under them, and then they're above everyone else. I'm gonna have to search what federal means. Sometimes the meaning is hidden in the word, you know. Like I wonder if there is a sinister meaning to the word federal. I don't know. I'll look it up. But sometimes you catch these things, like they tell you what it is, but no one knows the definition of the word. Like politician, you know, the definition of politician is someone who's basically a cheater. Uh, what's the other words? Deranged, devious, whatever. I don't know if it always meant that or people put that onto it later, but you know, it's part of its definition. Yes, it's also something else. It's also what they do, politics and all this stuff, but it's the word actually has like, as far as I know, it means like devious, cheater, and all this stuff, which they're known for, you know, that's what they do very often. I suppose any carnal person in such a position would cave into it, you know, especially if they don't believe, and it's like big deal. Oh, I can make more money. I don't care if I do something wrong. Who wouldn't do it, right? Okay, that's it. Peace, and that's all. I need to get to sleep, but sometimes, man, I don't know. I have trouble with it, but not too much. But I don't know. I've tried to think of, you know, I don't, something I could do, but there's just nothing you could do. I don't think there's much you could do. People will be blind and they won't believe and they won't care. It's just what it is. You just have to accept it, I guess. You know, if you expect a lot, you'll be, like you've heard sayings, disappointed every single time. Just don't expect too much from believers, not true believers, but people. Don't expect too much from false believers or politicians or Trump or Biden or any of these saviors that people are really attached to. It's like they're attached to like them like a rock star or something, no different. They have idols in their heart. People are their idols too. And it says not to do that. Don't put your trust in man, and they do. Maybe that's why the world's so screwed up. If everyone would trust the creator for everything, you don't have to have the answers for everything. But if you actually cared and asked the creator, you would probably get an answer, and then you could do the right thing, and then everything would be okay. But that's not what people are doing. Obviously, they don't do. I'm not expecting. I'm just saying if they did do this, it would change the world. But people don't do that. And unbelievers certainly, I wouldn't expect them to do that. I would expect them to say, well, I talked to my imaginary friend. Yeah. Talk to the imaginary friend that created the very dirt you're standing on. And this is our creator here, not with the Christian doctrine here, but that the Messiah created all things, but the Father created all things. He's the one who created it, and it's his word. It's his word. And Messiah became his word by how he lived it, and you should too. But whoa, that's a little radical, prideful. You can't become the word. Only Messiah, you should be becoming it. It's not like you're gonna be literally perfect. You're not gonna be, become the perfect word, literally perfect. That's not what I'm saying. That's what you should be becoming it. Process. So he lived the Father's words and lived it, became the living word. His life was that. That's the understanding. The word was with him, the Father, from the beginning, and the word was him. It came from him. It is him. It's who he is. It is God. It is him. That's what it's saying. The word was God. But the word is him. Father is the word. The word is the Father. It's one thing. And all his words are all the scriptures, and the Messiah lived it. He became all those words and letters, ink. The letter kills, but if you live these words, the Spirit gives life. He became he did that, and someone that's spiritual, like anybody that is, say one of the disciples back then or today, or the Apostle Paul. If you're living, the more spiritual someone is, then they're becoming the Father's word also. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. It's not blasphemy to say this. That's what's supposed to happen. Yeah, you're not the Messiah, and you weren't that perfect example, but you're becoming his word, right? Hopefully that's what's going on. The ever living word. You become, do this, don't do this, on a spiritual level, on a carnal level, just everything about you, right? You're becoming his word. He's the pattern that follow after, these footsteps. Follow after his footsteps. Do what he did. Imitate him. If you do that, you're also becoming the Father's word. But this is some kind of weird pagan thing that has like no value or meaning. Sure, it has meaning, some kind of meaning to them, but you know what I mean. It's not the true thing. It's just some literal thing. Incarnation, word. Yeah. No, he lived the Father's words. That's how he became. That's how the Father's word became. It's all one. He became his word. The Father, God, manifest in the flesh through him. If I'm living the way I'm supposed to live, whether I'm not or not, is one thing. And I want to, every day I want to, about just saying, let's just pretend that I am. You have that picture in your mind. I'm doing that. Then that's the Father manifesting in the flesh also. I hope people can see that. It's not to say I'm God or Messiah. It's not even remotely what I'm saying. I call myself a worm before the Creator, and if you look at a worm and you just look at this poor little thing, helpless, and you step on it, that's what I see myself as compared to him. They think that's prideful to say something like this, You're becoming the word of God. No. Well, you're not. Are you becoming the word of Satan, which is everything opposed and opposing to his word? What are you becoming, What's your problem with that is what I'm wondering. That the Father is not in you. He's not? Oh, so you're not a believer. Is that what you're telling me? I hope you're not telling me that, but maybe you are, even accidentally telling the truth. The Father is in me. I'm in the Father. Only Messiah could say that, right? Now, I wouldn't go around telling people that, like everywhere I go, but this is a teaching. This is like something that should be happening. Father's in you. You're in the Father. The disciples are all one in the same body. I pray for my disciples, he said, that they may be one, just as the Father and I are one, of that same spirit, mind, you becoming the Word, the Father manifesting God in you, in the flesh, so that when people see you and see who you are, with whatever dull vision they have left, with whatever little bit of spiritual eyes whatever they see something that's representing, isn't that what it's supposed to be? They shouldn't be seeing a devil, should they? Look at him, he's a devil in the flesh, incarnated. So yeah, you should be the Father incarnated. And don't take me like just a picture, that's all. It's not a literal incarnation. Being born again from above is spiritual. Nicodemus, am I saying that right? I don't know why that sounds wrong. He didn't understand that. Born through the mother's womb again. What value would that have compared to what he's saying and teaching? Didn't he say the flesh profits nothing? And you're telling me, you're giving me some carnal thing about what God manifested in the flesh means. Carnal. I'm telling you about life, reality, what you should be living, becoming. That's what it means. It actually means something, not just some kind of pagan, oh, that's what happened. Just some pagan thing, physical. It's not what it means. But that's what everyone says it means, So thousands and thousands of millions and millions of people throughout the ages, throughout the generations, they say this. It's just pagan incarnation. That's all. It's a physical thing, Son of God. It's not physical. The flesh profits nothing. His very words deny what they teach about this physical thing. He's the Son of God, like physically. No, that's carnal. That's not that's not the teaching. Yes, he is the Son of God. And I believe the first to truly have the Spirit working in him like this. And from birth, he was born again from above, from birth. The Spirit was with him. Whereas a lot of us weren't born from above till many years later. I believe he was born from above from the beginning of his actual birth. And so then even growing up as a kid, he was learning and seeing things that no kid would ever see, because the average kid doesn't have his Spirit in him to teach him. And so he learned all these things through suffering. And then at, the age of 30, he became the true minister and example for all mankind to follow. Why is that such a hard thing to believe? That the Father is in him. What he was trying to, I don't like to use the word try, but what he was saying to the Pharisees, he was trying, he wasn't trying as if through some kind of failure, but for the sake of just speaking. He was trying to tell the Pharisees that what it means to have the Father in him. Can't you see the Father's in me and I'm in the Father? And like Philip asked for some like kind of carnal thing. Show us the Father and that'll be enough. And you could probably picture it. I've been with you this long. Some say 1 year. I don't know about that. I think it was 3 years of ministering, but I didn't really look into it too much. But either way, I've been with you so long and you can't see that the Father's in me. You want to like carnally see the Father? Is that what you're saying, Philip? Like, just show me the Father right now, please. What would that do for you anyways if you saw the Father somehow for a couple seconds? Is that going to make you overcome certain sins because you saw the Father for a couple seconds? See how the carnal understanding has no benefit. If you saw the Messiah, I don't know, just for a few seconds in real life, do you know how easy it would be to forget that and just go back into sin? They had miracles happen all the time, the Israelites, and they forgot over and over again, like we would do too, like we've done too. And the disciples did that over and over again, feeding all these people with this miracle. And then they ran into a similar, almost the same situation again. And he says, did you forget or something? You're literally wondering and worried. Literally worried and wondering. And did you forget what we did last time? How is it that you could be so dull and hard of hearing and blind? That's the teaching. We got to see that. That's who we are, carnal nature, No, most people wouldn't believe if they saw the Red Sea split today. No, they wouldn't. And if they did believe, most of them would fall away. The ones that did believe after just a few days or a couple weeks or, you must be born from above. And watching the river become split won't do that, for you automatically. Watching my bottle of water float up and come back down doesn't mean I'm going to receive the Spirit because I saw that thing. It could give me some kind of faith on a carnal level for a while, but it's going to run out. It's going to run out. You're just going off feelings for a little bit, and then it wears off and you forget. And then you start questioning God again, the Father, that, about the same things, little faith, lacking it, and all that. So that's the cycle. of people. Everyone has a little, they lack, the true believers lack faith. Then they have to learn and grow from there. But see, they didn't have the Spirit poured out on them yet. They couldn't understand the scriptures the way they were supposed to yet. And everything he said and all the miracles, all these things came together later. All these words he said, you'll remember when the Spirit of truth comes, then you'll remember all these words. Then you'll remember why I washed your feet. The real remembering of that, the real meaning of that, not just being able to say words, but to know what it means and to do it. Then you'll see. But somehow they didn't see that even then. Wash my face and everything else too. What are you doing? You're the teacher, you're our Messiah, and you're washing our feet. So carnal thinking that they had so many times. So if someone's not born from above, they can't see spiritual things and they can't have faith. You shouldn't expect that they would if it wasn't given to them. Because it's a gift and not very many have it, which is a offensive statement, I guess, that not too many have that gift. Yeah, it's offensive to carnal people, it's true. But should I say the opposite now? For the sake of not being offensive? Should we ever do that? Lie for the sake of not being offensive to carnal people? 1 out of 100 carnal people might wake up from those heavy words. It happens. Not many, but some. They might not hear it now or see it now, but later they will. Just like the disciples figured it out later, it was given to them. He gave them breadcrumbs, fed them, whatever, spiritual food and all this. More than crumbs, but they didn't get it or receive it yet like they should. But they did later. So he converted nobody during his ministry. Nobody received the Spirit during his ministry until after his death, resurrection. Spiritual conversion, no one was converted. He had followers that were leading up to that point, disciples. But he himself, while he ministered, converted no one, which means you will never convert a single person in your life in the flesh. Never going to happen. If he didn't do it, you can't. But can you lead people up to it? And then the Father does the work? Yeah, that can happen. But you yourself and me, myself, can't do that, because he didn't do that. And he's the perfect example. And if he couldn't do something, and I don't say can't by like some kind of weakness, it's just a fact. He just didn't do it. And couldn't do it, really. I mean, that's the Father's work, who the Father gives to the Messiah is the Father's work. It's not even his choice to sit on the left hand or the right hand. Remember what they said to him? Let him sit in the kingdom of heaven on the left and the other on the right. And he said, whoa, that's not my call. Do you even know what you're saying? Would you like to drink the cup that I drink? You will drink it. Okay, you will drink it. That's for the Father to decide who sits on the left and the right. He didn't say that was for himself. Now, that's in the future, of which they say he is God, the creator. And he's saying he doesn't make that call. What kind of God and creator doesn't make that call? But also makes that call. It's a contradiction, man. And there's thousands or hundreds. He didn't do it then. And in the kingdom of heaven, to sit on the left hand or on the right hand, the power. He says, that's not me to say this one and this one sits here and here, that's not mine. In the kingdom of heaven, in the future too, not when he was just speaking there. That's not mine now and not in the kingdom of heaven to do. That's the Father's work and choice and will. Right? That's what he taught. He said that. That's not mine to do that, She didn't know what she was even asking. Didn't understand what she was asking. So he said right up front, you don't know what you're asking, what you're saying, and you don't know what. Not only that about left and right, you also don't know what kind of judgment you're asking for when he says, can you drink this cup? Can you drink this judgment that every believer has to go through? Are you sure you want this? So she didn't quite understand that, but they answered yes. And he said, you will indeed drink it. So I guess they were going to be true believers is my only guess, because he said, you will drink it. And this cup is this specific chastising judgment, fiery judgment, and death that you have to go through. That's, death of the old man. That's my understanding of drinking that cup, when he said, can you drink this cup, That's the best I got for that, is his fiery judgment, chastisement, and the death of the old man, which, he got nailed to the stake. So you also have to be nailed to the stake, That's the cup. Sound like fun? Not to the carnal man, no. And many left him, and then he said, do you also wish to leave? Do you want to go like they all left? Too hard for them. They can't drink this cup. They don't see these words are too hard. I don't want to do this. And they said no, because they were chosen. Otherwise, if it wasn't for the Father's mercy, they also would have walked away too. But they were hanging on by a thread saying, we got nowhere else. We got nothing else left. What is this? I might as well be dead if I go back now. If I go back with, like they all did. These are words of eternal life. This is, you're the Messiah. You gave us living words, all this stuff. If we go back now, we'll just be dead. It's better to be dead. So surely we won't go away. That was not the carnal man's nature and wishes when they said that. That's the Father working in them to say such things and want that. No beast wants to die. And no beast wants to go through that. So that's the cup then. They all come out of tribulation. All the believers come out of tribulation. It's through much tribulation that you enter the kingdom. So there's going to be a battle, a heavy battle, tribulation, spiritual distress. Primarily, I'm not excluding physical things completely either. I'm just saying that it is spiritual too, very much. So primarily. Is that true for like some or all? What do you think? It's through much tribulation you enter the kingdom. Speaking to believers, right? It's for all believers. It's for all. There's no exceptions. So those that come out of the Great Tribulation, it's not just some partial last generation, last end time, 5 years left people, on the earth. It's for everyone that went through it. But they just think carnally only, Yeah, there's going to be some end eventually to man's rule. But these things do happen spiritually since from the time of Adam till now, the righteous always got tribulation, from other people, from the battle of sin and all, tribulation, distress, He makes sure, the Father makes sure you will receive this. It'll come. It has to come because He doesn't work differently with people, One believer isn't going to receive, it was through very little tribulation I entered the kingdom. No, if then you weren't a believer then, sorry. It's through much tribulation for all believers. And I really do think Revelation is saying this is where all these believers come from, the great tribulation. It's personal for each and every one of them. It includes all of them, I believe. That's why it's a number that man can't count, because it's like the saints of all time, I believe. I believe that's what I've been given to see, not carnally, just some physical tribulation for the last 5 years. It includes them too. But that's not what that's not the first fruits. What about all the other first fruits, the last 2,000 years? What about the Old Testament saints? It's not, Revelation speaks of the first fruits. There were first fruits in the 300s AD, and they suffered, more than, some of these people physically suffered too. Were they not first fruits, whoever they may have been back then? Is it just the last generation that was first fruits, or is it all of the people that come out of this? It's a contradiction too, because if it's going to be like Noah's day, Noah's day had very few believers. So if it's going to be like Noah's day, there's not going to be, I'm not saying there's 8, but there's not many compared to the whole entire world's population. Relatively, compared to the world, few, like Noah's day. And now we got a great number of people coming out of the Great Tribulation from one generation. It's a number that man can't count. See, that's a contradiction. And I don't think I can ever see that as not a contradiction. Once I saw that's a contradiction. It's a contradiction. Will I find faith on the earth? It's a rhetorical question, when He comes. No, few. The rhetorical question is like always, the answer is no. Noah's day, a lot of corruption, not very many true believers left, So these last days, there won't be too many left at the very end. So then this tribulation must include everyone. Why wouldn't it? It's Revelation. It's the past, present, future, was, is to come. This is truth for all time. Abraham had to escape the beast and come out of paganism and fight it. Enoch, the true Enoch, Adam, all the saints had to do battle, and Joseph got treated pretty rotten, didn't he? And then he was exalted. See, after that's like a picture of what's going to happen. And those others that were his brothers, should be his brothers close to him, bowed down to him. But he was put to shame and thrown in a pit, right? And that's where we're at. We're just living life in a pit, basically. And those that are humbled will be exalted, like Joseph, and those that are exalted, like his brothers were, they got down, didn't they? They got down. So it won't be worth it, It won't be worth loving this world, living in this world, sinning all you want. They're going to get down, and it's going to be shameful times. That's just all I can say. That's all I could say. I'm not going to fill in details and stuff and go beyond what's written, but all those who are prideful will be humbled. And the pictures and the stories show you like a shadow, a type of this, like with the Joseph. And even, what was it, Jacob, the father? The sun, moon, and stars bowed down or whatever to, or the moon and stars bowed down to the sun. So they knew that that was the father of the brothers bowing down to Joseph, and they thought it was absolutely insane. But he kept it in heart, though. He still kept it in mind. It said Jacob. He didn't totally throw it away, but he did think it was ridiculous, though. And that's what happened. Yeah, that's what happened. Treated like trash, thrown in the pit. Nobody. So that's the picture, spiritual, of believers. And they're strangers in this world, sojourners or whatever. The Old Testament saints were like strangers traveling, passing by in the land. That's how it paints the picture. I think Paul says that. So it's true for all the believers. They're all strangers. It's like an alien thing to be in this world. Nothing makes sense. Nothing is right. It's all confusing, contradicting the way people are living, all this stuff. The believers, you just can't be one with them. So you're like a stranger. Most of them are strangers to you. And you don't follow after strangers. Like Messiah says, you just can't do it. It's not because you hate them. You just can't follow and become one with them. The stranger they will not follow. So that's the picture, Pretty big sacrifice to do the Father's will. Pretty big sacrifice. People make it sound like it's so easy. 1, 2, 3, follow me. Done, heaven, It's the last word I would ever use is easy. So people that say that, I'm not, be careful for those that say living his way the rest of your life is easy. Good times, easy, every day, easy, good times, all the time. No, no. See, it's easy to people who don't have any kind of battle or anything going on. Then it's easy, okay? Because not only are they battling sin, they don't even know what it is. They can't see it in themselves. And they don't know what it takes to overcome it because there's no battle going on. See, there's no battle going on in an unbeliever, the battle's not going on in there. That's all. This is a record now for how long this video is. I'm definitely going to have to do something with it. Cut it up. 6 parts, 7 now. It used to be 4 parts. Now it needs to have 7. Whew. All right, that's it for good now. That's it for good.